racist homophobes, Aryan nations and hammer skins. You can wear my nuts on your Nazi chins. I love a man in uniform.
Just what exactly are the great historical accomplishments of your race that make you proud to be white? Capitalism, slavery, genocide, sitcoms? This is your fucking white history, my friend. So why don't we start making a history worth being proud of and start fighting the real fucking enemy?
Swastikas and clan robes, sexist, racist, homophobes. This one's for the master race. My brown power ass in your white power face. Kill them all and let a Norse god sort them out!
Fuck the pussy king out on the street just for a show. Batted wagon fools off this and run and let's just go. A cop says I'm through the streets and then they go inside. Then they run us to the ground where maybe they can hide. Fuck police, fuck police, fuck police, brutality. 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 Center in the crowd, there is nowhere he can run. Cops comes up behind and then he checks him with his guns. Takes 20 ounce outside and throws him to the ground. Nowhere else can take you for you're already down. Fuck police, fuck police, fuck police, brutality. 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 Motherfuckers can't do no wrong. They can do, they can rape, they can do what they want. Motherfuckers can't do no wrong. We've gotta fight, take back tonight. The cops are just like Hitler, turn back to what they want. Who do we fear, who do we trust, how do we know? Who do we fear, who do we trust, how do we know? Fuck police, fuck police, fuck police, brutality. 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 Fuck police, fuck police, fuck police, brutality.
Well, they lock you
Dolly, you never showed me nothing but kindness. She would say, I know how sad you get. And some days I still get that way, but it gets better. It gets better. It gets better. Sweetie, it gets better, I promise you. And she'd tell me, your heart is a muscle, the size of.
We flipped our finger to the King of England, stole our country from the Indians. With God on our side and guns in our hand, took it for our own. Built a nation dedicated to liberty, justice and equality. Doesn't look that way to you, it doesn't look that way to me. Sickest joke I know. Listen up, man, I'll tell you who I am. Just another stupid American. You don't wanna listen, you don't wanna understand. So finish up your drink and go home. I come from the land of Ben Franklin, Twain and Poe and Walt Whitman, Otis Redding, Ellington, the country that I love. But it's a land of the slaves and the Ku Klux Klan, Haymarket and riot and the Great Depression, Joe McCarthy, Vietnam, sickest joke I know. Listen up, man, I'll tell you who I am. Just another stupid American. You don't wanna listen, you don't wanna understand. So finish up your drink and go home. I'm proud and ashamed. Every 4th of July, you got to know the truth before you say that you got pride. Now the cops got tanks cause the kids got guns. Shrinks pushing pills on everyone. Cancer from the ocean, cancer from the sun. Straight to hell we go. Listen up, man, I'll tell you who I am. Just another stupid American. You don't wanna listen, you don't wanna understand. So finish up or drink and go home. Listen up, man, I'll tell you who I am. Just another stupid American. You don't wanna listen, you don't wanna understand. So finish up your drink and go home. Finish up your drink and go home.
Go.
1, 2, 3, 4. Rejoice, rejoice, God's ears are stitches. Oh, rejoice, his eyes are big axes.
Give it up, call my methods madness or call the luck. Do what I got to be able to breathe. If you can quit your job, then you can do a little breathing with me. A punk rock song won't ever change the world, but I can tell you about a couple that changed me. And so tonight we're gonna fuck shit up. Tonight we're gonna fuck shit up. Tonight we're gonna fuck shit up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Change the world, but I can tell you about a couple that changed me. And so tonight we're gonna fuck shit up. Tonight we're gonna fuck shit up. Tonight we're gonna fuck shit up. Whoa, 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 whoa. What another no.
All I got to say is I have no remorse for shooting that police officer. He got what he deserved. If I had the opportunity to kill him, I'd kill him.
What up, chat?
Angel on the track.
Yo, we fucking did it.
Mic check 1 2 after the 1 3 ACABA.
Hey.
With the meme game strong, we don't
Yo,
love
fuck
the
you.
cop, but you can bet your sweet ass that we love the bomb. Hit the Fed post with a finger wag. Let her put some respect all up in the chat. My man's bred from the pigs, he was dipping fast. Swamping through the bushes like he was Barcis's dad. Let me get a Cinnabunk in a Cinnabush. I might have to go and smoke on some Cinnacush. If the streams effed up, bitch, hold the line, cause you know we're gonna fuck just one more time. Welcome to the street. We got all the dankest meat.
What up, everybody? What up, Bob and Wop? Hi, Happy. How's it going, everybody? Sorry, I had to run my fucking thing late today. My waiting stream starting soon screen.
Forgive me. Forgive me, please.
My fucking microphone. I don't know. I've dealt with this on stream before, but like this part, there's a screw right here, that like connects it to this, and it keeps loosening. And I think it's because the way that like the mic's weight is on it, that it's just constantly like kind of loosening it. But it's so annoying, dude. You have to take off. You have to take off the whole mic to put it back and like, or to like adjust it. Fucking, it's so annoying. So I was doing that, and it took a little bit longer than I expected. What up? And all the yeah, dude, I have to do it like fucking once a week now. Also, my dog is having his third dinner tonight because my cat won't eat his fucking dinner, and so the dog keeps coming in here. Ugh! Did you release him? Why? That's not gonna need. Go. Not a great start to the stream, guys. Jesus! Oh my god, bro. Everything is falling apart in my life. It's okay. It's okay. Also, apologies. I know I told everybody, I promised we were gonna do a Civ 6 like test online stream with chat. That will be tomorrow. There was just so much fucking news today. There was so much fucking news today that I had to cover. So we're gonna cover all of it. We're gonna get into it. The only thing I don't have queued up is the Aiden Ross thing. But we'll watch that too. I watched that last night and I was eating, dude. It was like the funniest thing I think I've ever seen. I don't like, dude, them going, you know, just like doing reacts was hilarious. It was just so weird. It was so weird. It was Bizarro World, XQC there. I had some good tweets about it, but oh my god. Dog is still in here fucking licking the cat's bowl. Oh my god. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff to cover, including the UK fascist wankers. Fascist wankers are doing a bit of pogrom in the UK. And that fucking sucks. Very scary to look at, knowing that that shit is coming for us as well. Made me want to get back in the gym. Seeing these videos makes me want to fucking get back in the gym. Follow you on Tumblr? You follow me on Tumblr? I don't post on Tumblr, but I used to have a Tumblr. I used to have a Tumblr. That's funny. Who gonna protect us from the pogrom, bro? We gotta protect ourselves. That's why you gotta get in the gym. Gideon, thank you so much for the 3 months. Appreciate it. Let's just chat for a little bit. I honestly like, dude, the mic shit, the dogs, everything is kind of throwing my whole brain off right now. So I gotta like fix some shit, including the sub goal for today. Including that. And then we're gonna get into a bunch of news. I got a ton of shit to talk about. But we'll start with the news about. Start with a bit of news about Palestine. Not very much, actually. Okay, I have everything ready, including all of our videos. Love the new PFP. Yeah, you've been out for a long time, Scary. I had to change that because they banned the other emotes. They banned the other emotes because they fucking had ACAB on the hat. They said it was bullying. I'm bullying people. The feds got you guys. Yeah, I'm bullying because my hats have an ACAB hat on, or my emotes have an ACAB hat on. Yeah, I don't know how those ones are. Are those who left? Who's that? I don't know how the Bob and Wop. I don't know how the leftist gamer memes are. Oh, are they partnered? Because they literally banned it the day after. It was like the day after I did a very intense protest stream where I was like this close to being arrested. And so I was like, then I woke up the next morning, had 4 emotes banned on my channel. I was like, oh, Twitch is like gonna ban me. I was like, Twitch is gonna ban me, like for that protest coverage and for being that close to being arrested on stream. Like they don't like that. And then it turns out no. Turns out they gave me partner that same day. So I think they were just like here, like you have to fix your emotes. Your emotes go too hard. We have to remove them. But I think we have them all replaced now. They banned shower, which is we just put pants on him. They banned pig. No, they didn't ban pig. They banned bonk, which we had to move over to better TTV. Oh, no way, Kayla. Wait, can you link me? You found me via Tumblr? Actually, that's awesome. That's sick. Welcome in. Yeah, and then they banned Cine Hey and Cine Camera. I mean, we fixed those. So I think all of the emotes are back. So don't worry too hard. But anyway, there's a lot going on, including the Progressives for Kamala live stream is live right now. I don't know. Did you guys see this?
Departed, which
This is not permission, guys. Don't do this.
Really,
I don't want to get banned for like
in the space of
brigading or anything like that. But Nori, they don't have a mod in here, okay? They do not have a mod in here. And Nori is just lighting it up. Do not go in here and do this. I just think it's like very that Nori is in here doing this. And Dusto not too. Oh, why does your audience come with a mature audiences warning? I think I had it on for the movie night because we were watching Austin Powers and it was kind of sexual. But honestly, I'm keeping it for drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco use because I don't want people under 18 to be here. I genuinely don't, and I think I want to do more to keep people who are not 18 from watching the stream. To be honest, like I actually do. What up, Mari? Thank you so much for the raid, Mari. We had a good stream, Mari. If everybody goes follow Mari right now, I'll give you a kiss. Go follow Mari for kisses. For kisses. Yeah, fuck the kids. For real, dude. I don't know. With everything we were talking about on the other day with like Ava and stuff, I was just like, yeah, I just don't want you guys in like I genuinely there's no there's no situation in which I really want kids watching this. I don't think it's kid friendly content. I'm not making it for kids. I don't want it to. I don't want kids in here. Genuinely, if you're under 18, just like wait and come back when you're 18. You know. Welcome in marionettes. Ooh, nice. You do daily doses of kid content. What? Huh? Which content of mine is for kids? But anyway, we're gonna talk about Bangladesh first. Let's start with the Bangladesh news. For anybody who doesn't know, I don't know how well the videos I have lined up. I don't pre-watch, so I don't know how well these are gonna like sum up what has been going on until now. But just to give you guys a little bit of recap from my conversations that I've had with Arun previously on stream, and from my own like reading and following of what's been happening, Bangladeshi students are have been rising up for about a week and a half, 2 weeks now, against a quota system that the government uses to assign civil service jobs, which are very like highly desired and sought after jobs in Bangladeshi society. And there was a policy in place since the 70s, but it also was like taken out from like 2008 or something. I might get the dates bad here, but like it was this quota was designed to provide jobs to people who were descendants of the revolutionaries in the 70s when Bangladesh got their independence from Pakistan. Okay, so there's like Bangladesh is a very new country, right? It's only like 50 years old. 50 years ago, they had a revolution, overthrew their like the Pakistani like you know government that was there and formed their own government. There's like one guy in 1971. Yes, there was one guy who is like considered, according to Arun and them, like the George Washington of Bangladesh. I won't know his name, however, his daughter is the now former ousted prime minister. And so she was kind of, if you can imagine, if like George Washington's daughter was president right now, like what kind of like political strength and political demonstration it would require to get that person to resign. You know what I mean? Somebody so deeply ingrained in the identity of Bangladesh as a nation, being challenged like that is like incredibly impressive. And so yeah, the students like I think it at first it began as like a protest against these job quotas, and it was a way of like it was like in many ways like an anti-corruption like protests where these jobs were going to a descendants and members and children of a specific political party in Bangladesh, right? And so it was like reinforcing the already enforced like power structures that exist in the country. The students were fighting to remove that quota and to like just like have it be for indigenous and women and different parts of the population, not the not just the descendants of the revolution. So yesterday was an incredibly bloody day in Bangladesh. The military and the police have responded to Bangladeshi students fighting against this quota system with incredible violence and force. They've killed hundreds of people just yesterday on Sunday. They killed hundreds of people. Well, I think I saw 1 to 200 people estimated were killed during the protesting, and it seems like today, like earlier today, Bangladeshi students and the people, the death toll is higher. Yeah, immediately the day after that force and violence, they prevailed. They chased the PM out of the country. She escaped in a military helicopter, and has resigned. She fled to India and has resigned. And so then now there's like all these incredible images of people in Bangladesh, which I can show you here. Here, yeah, like these are really cool. I definitely wanted to just show this. So like these are the streets in Dhaka, which is like the capital of Bangladesh. Also, yes, we will be having a rune on later tonight. Rune, if you don't mind, if you have like you know, if you're busy and have timing issues and you want to come on right now, we can. But I was kind of hoping we could just like check out, like I've got like 4 videos here, maybe like 35 minutes of coverage that we could watch first, and then we could have like a more informed discussion. So it's not just like me being like, what is everything? You know what I mean? But yeah, we got a bunch of really, really amazing images coming out of Bangladesh that I want to look at also from Twitter. All these over. Okay, everything else is here. We go. Okay, so yeah, like this is the most secure government building in Bangladesh, and look at this. Like these images are incredible. These images are so cool. Like just, they're occupying the residence of the former prime minister, now ousted. Now, Bangladeshi protesters stormed the residence of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina after she fled the country for India in a military helicopter moments earlier. Yesterday, the deadliest day since the outbreak of the uprising, shook the country with almost 100 deaths. That number is growing. As news of Hasina's resignation spread, crowds poured into the streets of Dhaka for victory celebrations, openly defying the nationwide curfews that had previously been brutally enforced by police and military personnel. By brutally enforced, they mean kill on sight. If you're found outside after the curfew, it's shoot to kill on sight. The PM had a violent record responding to the student-led uprising, calling the protesters criminals and saboteurs. Hasina not only imposed the nationwide curfew, but also cut off access to phones and the internet for weeks to crush the uprising. I remember yesterday, people were very nervous because we were getting reports of people being, of like the numbers of dead being like incredibly risen in one day. And then they cut off the internet. And luckily, can't break the will of the fucking people. I think one of the like best things. Okay, let me find. Where's that one that I had? Here, like this one. I honestly just like love. A lot of these are in English. Let's just like watch a little bit because I think genuinely there's so much beauty in this, and like this reminds me of the encampments at UCLA. And people just write really beautiful shit. Like students are the future. Don't shoot at them. Killer Hasina. We will bring justice. Everyone who died was someone's everything. Hasina killer. We want justice. Reform. Killer Hasina. Daddy's princess needs a break. Democracy is a myth. End the dictatorship. Save Bangladeshi students. Stop genocide. Stop genocide. Step down Hasina. This one. Fear is contagious. So is courage. This one, though. Justice died in our brother's blood. Reform. We are definitely in the end game. This time we win or we win. History has its eyes on you. Long live the resistance. Won't give up. How long you hold that seat? Hashtag step down Hasina. গাজনের বাজনা বাজা কে মালিক কে সে রাজা গাজনের বাজনা বাজা কে মালিক কে সে রাজা কে দেয় সাজা. Who do you call when the police murder? This one though. স্বাধীন সত্য কেড়ে হা 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 পায়ে যে হাসি
ভগবান করবে ফাঁসি সর্বনাশী
A lot more step down Hasina.
রে হা 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 পায়ে যে হাসি ভগবান করবে ফাঁসি সর্বনাশী শিখায়
This is beautiful. Here, share the link. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, I'm happy to share any of these, but these are just shit I found like scrolling today. Let's go back to that red. Initially sparked months ago by anger over controversial government job quotas, the protest quickly escalated into widespread unrest. This unrest evolved into a full-blown uprising against Hasina and her ruling Awami League party, culminating in the historic events that have now unfolded. We got more imagery here.
লক করা পুরান এই যে গণভবনের ভিতরে ঢুকে গেছি ঠিক আছে সবকিছু বাইঙ্গা ছিড়া
This is inside of the Prime Minister's house.
সরকারকে তারা যাচ্ছে
Hell yeah. So yeah, today, look at this. So today they went inside the Prime Minister's house, and they just like looted everything. And so there's all these amazing videos of people like walking around with like their single item. They took everything. Like they got like chairs. Everybody got a chair. This guy got a big ass artwork, which is like W, huge W. I bet that's expensive as fuck. A fan. They stole fish from the fridge. Yeah, I got that coming up too. Look, this guy's got 2 chickens. So everybody's just got their loot, bro. Yeah, this is the one. Absolute cinema from, I assume that says Bangladesh or Dhaka or something. This guy got a goat. W. W goat. This guy got a goose. A rabbit. And then just like this giant. Oh, that means the Prime Minister's palace. Okay, thank you, Arun. This guy got a giant frozen fish. Just walking around with a giant frozen fish. You love to see it, bro. They're eating, bro. Oh yeah, this one was awesome too. They stole her elliptical, bro. They stole her elliptical. Yeah. Like, this is the parliament of Bangladesh. The protesters have completely taken over. Now, these images are incredible, and I've seen a lot of people who, like on Twitter, Bangladeshis, who are describing this as like a second victory day, you know, like a second Independence Day. It's very jubilant right now. Like people are celebrating across the country. What seems to be a successful revolution. However, I do think we should be a little bit, we should not let this fade out of our minds, because as of now, the military took over. And if you've been following this, the military has not really been in support of all this shit the whole time, as far as I understand, you know? And like military interim dictatorships can last a very, very good time. You know what I mean? They can last a long time. This struggle is not over, is what I want to really say. The struggle is not even close to being over. They had a huge victory today, and like mass solidarity to them, you know. We should be looking at this, that like, you know, anything is possible. Like they're laying in the fucking Prime Minister's bed.
গণভবন আমাদের দখলে
Would she be considered right or left? I mean, murdering protesters is pretty right wing. I think that action is very right wing. But I do know that there isn't. I don't know. Maybe we'll save that question for Arun, because I don't really know. That's what I was gonna say, Arun. Was that the other party is like more to the right? You know what I mean? Yeah, like the other party is more to the right, but that doesn't make them left. You know what I mean? Okay, this is also awesome. Of all the wild images and videos coming out of Dhaka right now, the one that made me laugh the most was when a young guy filmed himself lighting a joint at Gono Baban, the prime minister's official residence. Let's go, baby. They're partying in Bangladesh, bro. Echo Waves, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you.
Cinema 60 Kefi L2.
We smoking on that Hasina pack today, baby. Smoking on that Hasina pack. Smoking on that Awami pack, you know what I mean? Jay Dargo, thank you so much for the raid. What up, JD? Welcome in, welcome in. Double shout out in the chat. You guys better go follow twice. Go follow twice. But yeah, we smoking on that pack, dude. Which is awesome. I guess it shouldn't surprise me, but more incredible images. Yeah, like Awami League is not going down without a fight. Yeah. Right. And they're gonna, I mean, we'll talk about it, but I would assume that Awami League has a lot of power inside the military, which just took over, and has a lot of like sympathizers within that and shit like that. Actually, I actually think I have that already pulled up. Yeah, right, Zenodo? No, for real. That's what I'm saying, is that when the military takes over, that is not... We shouldn't assume while I stand in, in celebration with them today, and it's not over. The struggle is not over. Yeah, look at this. Streets are full. Big ass huge rally over here. Oh, this is the Capitol's building too. Like, dude. The general of the army's wife is the cousin of Sheikh Hasina. Yep. See? But the thing is true, like I don't say this to be like a doomer or to like say, oh, this isn't like, things are not this is not something to Palestine flag, by the way, based. That this is not like something to this is not something to celebrate. I say it only that like because like people, when they realize their power like this is very hard to like get people to like forget. You know what I mean? Like when you feel this kind of jubilance, you feel this kind of like collective action, like that's hard to forget. Like people change and they become like invested in politics. They feel like they have a stake. They feel like they're powerful for the first time in their lives, a lot of them, And so I don't assume or think that this will stop. That they'll let this be a revolution half finished, but we need to keep following it and keep them in our minds, because I mean like I said, the military took over, so they're running the government, so like they could get more violent, and yeah. Yeah, the population and like population density in Bangladesh is like insane. It's like unseen anywhere else in the world. Wait, didn't I have the? Oh yeah, here's a video of them chowing down on their food. He's eating chimkin. Just munching on some chimkin. Hell yeah. Good, Lily. Awesome. And then this is the image I wanted to show too. Incredible image. Look at this. Look at this, bro. Bangladesh now, Palestine soon. We love that shit. We love that shit. All right, let's hear a little bit more. I got a little bit from Al Jazeera, got a little bit from Democracy Now, a little bit from BBC. Let's see how the rest of the world is covering this and what they're saying and what are the things to look out for, things we don't know about already.
We begin today's show with breaking news. Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has resigned and fled to India after weeks of student-led protests. Bangladesh's army has announced an interim government will be formed to run Bangladesh. Earlier today, crowds stormed Hasina's official residence in Dhaka to celebrate her ouster. Hasina had led Bangladesh since 2009. She also served as prime minister from 1996 to 2001. Her father was Bangladesh's first president. On Sunday, police violently cracked down as tens of thousands of protesters took to the streets. Almost 100 people died on Sunday.
No Birani fighting in here, okay? No Birani fighting. We love all Birani in here, bro.
To over 300. Most of those killed have been student protesters. Hasina resigned as protesters vowed to defy a military curfew and stay in the streets. For more, we go to London. We're joined by Takbir Huda, Amnesty International South Asia researcher, following all of this very closely. Takbir, thanks so much for joining us. Explain what has happened in Bangladesh, leading to the final ouster of the prime minister. She's fled to India, and the deaths of hundreds of mainly Bangladeshi students.
Thanks, Amy. So, the most interesting thing is that this started off as a protest for something really innocuous, which was a one-point demand against the quota system that the government had reintroduced. And then, because the government's heavy-handed response, first by its student wing, which attacked students in Dhaka University and then in the hospital, and followed by this.
That's the thing, too, is that the violence, obviously doesn't work. You know what I mean? The violence it's going to make it worse. And I feel like we're world leaders, I feel like are forgetting this lesson that used to be common knowledge. I think they're forgetting it, and the right wing is forgetting it. How come our politicians never have to flee? Yet, you know what I mean?
Heavy-handed response by the security forces, it became a much wider movement. But even as recently as 20th July, when scores of people were killed, the protesters weren't calling for her resignation. They called for resignation of two high-level ministers. Even then, the authorities kept on cracking down on them. It's only on 3rd August, days ago, that the protesters officially mobilized with a renewed one-point demand, which was the resignation of the prime minister. And it is amazing to see that they have materialized that demand in less than 2 days. And this just goes to show, if they had only sat with the students when they were peacefully protesting, all of this bloodshed could have been avoided, and this wouldn't have been the turnout, but they didn't. And so the students remained resilient and, put the final nail in the coffin.
And they are still protesting in the streets right now. Can you explain the shift in the role of the military? First serving Sheikh Hasina, the prime minister, and now saying that they're going to hand power over to an interim government.
Yeah, so there was a perceptible shift in the role of the military, who in the initial spate of the killings did implement the shoot-on-sight curfew orders, but when the protests resumed earlier last week, they seemed to have played a neutral role, where they weren't really opening fire, but they weren't also protecting the student protesters either, which is very different from the police, which have consistently executed the wishes of the executive, and this is because the police is far more partisan than the army. But right now, given Bangladesh's history with military, dictatorships in the first 20 years and followed by, military caretaker government, which last came in 2007, it's really important to stress that, this must be a time-bound measure that is only necessary until the publicly accountable form of governance can be reintroduced in Bangladesh. And I'll just add to this that there is a highly militarized region in Bangladesh known as the Chittagong Hill Tracts, and that must always be in the forefront of our concerns because that remains the most militarized region in Bangladesh, and the people there, primarily indigenous people, remain living in highly deplorable and securitized conditions.
Yep. That's interesting. I haven't actually heard about that like highly militarized area. But I have now.
Protesters stormed the residence of Bangladesh's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Weeks of violent demonstrations across the South Asian country have killed at least 300 people. In an address to the nation, the army chief confirmed Hasina had resigned and fled the country. He urged people to trust in the military to restore calm.
That dude was goated. Yeah, it seemed like really important information. And I mean, he's right. That's what I've been saying too, is that like military interim governments are they're not like a savior of the people. They are a new thing to fight against. And like also like has anybody in the Bangladeshi government like guaranteed the protesters that they're going to acquiesce to their demands regarding the quota? Like, is that being talked about even?
And ensure those responsible for the killings are punished.
The country is witnessing a period of revolution right now. I had invited all the leaders of the...
Lily, thank you so much for gifting us Ellie Salim.
One sub to Elysium 30.
I got timed out in 10 minutes in Bernie's chat. They're being gentle. You should have been banned a long time ago. They finally got a mod there.
Political party.
I forget, Arun. I was just saying, like, has anybody in the government or like this interim government or like, have they like the quota system that started this protest, right? Have they guaranteed that will change yet? Even like, has that demand been reversed yet?
Parties. They came here and we had a good discussion. We have decided to form an interim government. Through the interim government, the functioning of the country will take place. I'm giving you my word that we will bring justice for all the killings and the injustice that has happened. Have faith in the army, the armed forces.
Yeah, for the quota system.
The protest started last month with a demand to end quotas in government jobs reserved for relatives of people who fought in the War of Independence.
Oh, that guy got fucking hit in the... Dude, this is why you wear a helmet. Watch this guy right here.
Jobs reserved for relatives of people.
Somebody throws a thing and a rock, it hits him right in the back of the head. Look, it hit him right in the back of the head.
War of Independence more than 50 years ago.
I'll explain the call. Okay, cool.
There was a pause in the demonstrations after the Supreme Court
That's why you wear helmets. That guy is a W for wearing a helmet.
Scrapped most quotas, but students came back to the streets demanding justice for the families of those killed and the resignation of the Prime Minister. More than 90 people were killed on Sunday alone, including 13 police officers, when demonstrators attacked a police station. The army has promised to form an interim government, but there are concerns about lack of trust in the military among the protesters.
Yeah.
This is really a population that has been looking for accountability and justice for some years now under an increasingly authoritarian Awami League regime. So that will be crucial. I think the big fear now, should be that there may be reprisals and violence against followers of the ruling party. I think this is something that everyone's really worried about. And we're really hoping that the army is able to keep the peace.
Against the Awami League? Against the party that just murdered like hundreds of protesters?
As well as introduce...
That's not personally my biggest concern. But hey, okay, whatever.
some kind of interim system that can deliver us back to democracy in Bangladesh.
After the army chief spoke, a group which has spearheaded the anti-government protests released a statement saying the military is not the solution. The students and the public will decide who will be appointed to the interim government, it said. 76-year-old Hasina won a fourth straight term in January this year. The election was boycotted by the main opposition party. Her party, the Awami League, has been accused of rights abuses and corruption for years. Hasina's resignation and fleeing.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, Lily, like, for sure. Like, and I mean, we'll see what happens, right? But, like, this was the violence from this protest, as far as I've read from any, like, sources, has come from the government. Like, the protest itself has been, it started peaceful. Like, most people in it have been peaceful. Like, it's always, they peacefully took over the building today. Like, you know, I haven't heard about, like, guns or mass, like, you know, battles happening or anything like that.
The country is being widely celebrated across Bangladesh, but restoring calm, assuring
just mass demonstration,
trust in a military that is itself accused of widespread abuse poses a huge challenge in the days and weeks ahead. Charles Stratford.
There have been shootings tonight from, like, the protesters or from the military?
Al Jazeera.
People have been out celebrating. The army has said that they will fulfill the demands of the people. They will move to a transitional government and then hold free and fair elections.
And the cops, yeah.
But there is concern about an unstable political situation and also how they might...
The protesters don't have guns, but I know, that's what but, like, they stormed the fucking PM's house. You don't think there were guns in there? Like, when you have this much power, you can, if they can get into the most heavily guarded building in Bangladesh, they can probably get into a building with guns in it, you know?
And contain...
like, when they have all the power here, of course they can get guns.
Perhaps security risks, as tensions are still running high following the departure of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina from the government and from the country. Earlier on, I spoke to Irene Khan, who is the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression. She says that the army is already having an impact on the streets.
There's jubilation in the streets.
The air in Utopia.
Yo, my bourbon gamer, thank you so much for the thank you so much for the sub.
Apparently my sub
I was out there.
Anyway.
You're pronouncing Bangladesh wrong. How do you pronounce it then? Okay.
I saw the people celebrating. First and foremost, I think the army has stopped further bloodshed, and that is very important. There are hundreds of thousands, some say about 1 million people converging on Dhaka right now. People have confidence in the army. This crowd some of them were shaking hands with the soldiers. So at least the bloodshed has stopped. The army has a very tough job ahead right now. It has promised to create an interim government. And we are all
Whoa, what up, Katie?
hoping that the transition will be peaceful and that there will be accountability for all the human rights violations that have taken place recently, including the killing of about 300 people in the last.
I mean, if I'm saying it wrong, I would like to be corrected. But that's how I've been told to say it. Bangladesh, right? Or no? Like, if I'm wrong, tell me. I don't care.
Last 3 weeks. And
I don't.
Bangladesh has an enormous task ahead. It is not the poster child of sustainable development anymore. The previous government had driven this country into despair, and there would be a lot of hard work to do to build it up. But most of all, I think it's extremely important that the army respect human rights.
As you say, the army commands a great deal of respect in the country, but the student protesters reject a military government. They don't want that. So how fragile is the situation going to be right now in terms of what they will do to introduce an interim system that will bring the country back to democracy?
No one, not just the student leaders, no one in the country wants military rule again. This country's gone through that. They've just overthrown an authoritarian leader. So they're not looking forward to long-term military rule. These are very early time, just a couple of hours. The Commander-in-Chief made a public statement in which he talked about an interim government. I think people will be watching very closely to see who he puts into that interim government.
Like the PM resigned this morning, you know? It was like 6 a.m. this morning that the PM resigned, right?
To make sure that it is an inclusive government and a civilian government. So this is a question of transition. I think if the army believes that it can control this country through military rule, it only has to look at the streets. You can see the people out there. Effectively, people peacefully, without arms, have overthrown an authoritarian regime. That is incredible.
What sort of timeline for that would you be comfortable with?
I think a few months, because we also know that around the world there is plenty of examples where the army...
Were the people in Bangladesh angry before the quotas were reintroduced? I mean, you have to understand, like, Bangladesh has like some of the highest wealth inequality in the world. They're like some of the most exploited workers in the world. Like, you know, quality of life in Bangladesh is not good. You know, they have every reason. They have so many reasons to be angry. Right? Like Bangladesh is where like the worst sweatshops, some of the worst sweatshops in the world exist. You know, people are often forced to be migrant workers for a lot of other regions in the world. You know, like a lot of the jobs that the world doesn't want to do, they will ship in Bangladeshi people to do them. There's a huge the global economy exploits Bangladesh in an incredibly significant way. Incredibly significant. So, I mean, they have every right to be angry about that stuff. However, I'm not saying, I don't think I've heard much about that being a point of this this struggle specifically. Like I and maybe Arun has seen more. But I haven't seen this be like strictly class based in that way.
Army comes in with all good intentions and then stays on, and we would not like to see that happening in this country. It is not.
However, it starts as one. You know, protest movements like this can start as one thing and move on to other things. You understand? Like I said before, when you realize you have this power as a collective force in mass demonstration like this, when you have the power to overthrow, like again, like the daughter of a George Washington figure for your nation, that's a hard lesson for people to forget. You know, so I think this, you'll see reverberations of this movement and of this moment throughout like wider Bangladesh culture that isn't just about the quota. And this might be a silly question, but what are the quotas? I have no idea. So essentially, there are like 2 million civil service jobs that are like good jobs with the government. And after the 1971 revolution, there was this quota instilled where I think it's like 30 to 40% of those 2 million civil service jobs are set aside for descendants of the revolutionary. 30% of the 2 million jobs are set aside for descendants of the revolutionaries who fought to gain Bangladesh's independence. Right? Only 50 years ago this happened. Okay? So it's meant to be it's not like affirmative action, but it is a little bit of like a I don't know, like I don't want to say like reparations, but that's like the idea behind it. That's maybe the idea behind the policy. However, in reality, it just further entrenches the like ruling class that exists already, right? Because like the children and the grandchildren of this one specific political party are the only ones that are guaranteed to be given like, you know, benefits and given like a more comfortable life through these civil service jobs. And so the students are revolting to reduce that number from 30% somewhere lower and give like new quotas for like indigenous people, women, things like that. Yeah. So an in theory good idea, in practice power abuse is everything. Yeah, a little bit, right? A little bit.
Not good for the people. It's not good for the human rights situation in this country. I think the army will find a lot of cooperation, a lot of support for a speedy but effective and peaceful transition to democratic rule again.
What are the other immediate challenges in terms of security, for example, reprisal attacks which might take place, particularly for the violations over the past few weeks that you mentioned?
Yes, I think that's a very good point. Right now, we saw on television that the crowds had moved into Ganabhavan, which is the Prime Minister's official residence that she had just vacated literally an hour or so ago. They had gone in and they were picking up things. I wouldn't say looting, but certainly they were picking up things as though they were souvenirs. And the crowds are everywhere. So the likelihood of things...
I like that. They're not looting. They're just taking souvenirs. I like that. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna keep that in mind. All right. I'm gonna keep that sentence.
And is of course there, and that is, I think, probably the army chief's biggest problem right now. But if he has a lot of goodwill, he has brought in the various opposition political parties into this conversation. He's about to go see the president now, and I hope he will include civil society and bringing people in, bringing the students in, bringing other parts of civil society in. And also
yeah, she's not wrong. Exactly, XGU.
People, that's really the way to go forward.
Make sure to subscribe to.
Okay, we got another one. Another one from Al Jazeera.
Moving developments out of Bangladesh. The army chief is due to address the nation this hour.
Okay, dude, literally my pronunciation is better than this. I'm not saying Bangladesh.
Moving developments out of Bangladesh.
Like I'm saying my pronunciation is better than that, right?
The army chief is due to address the nation this hour at a time of widespread unrest and deaths. On Sunday, at least 97 people were killed during violence between government supporters and those who want her out. Students are marching on the capital Dhaka to demand justice for 300
You're trying, and that's what matters.
100 people killed since last month. An indefinite curfew has been put in place, the internet has been cut off, and offices and factories closed. Students began protesting last month when a controversial job quota system that favoured children of war veterans was reinstated by the High Court. Now, that has since been scaled down by the country's top court. Well, for the latest, we're going to go now to Tanvir, who is live for us in Dhaka. And Tanvir, we're getting reports that there's actually...
He said, sorry, I have to check my Twitter.
Actually a possibility that Hasina might resign. What are you hearing there?
Oh, this is from today, but before. But they still put has resigned in the title.
Well, you can see behind me, maybe not the whole crowd. The entire city is out on the street. The speculation and the rumor is that she has left the country. We cannot independently verify anything like that. The army chief was supposed to give a televised speech at 2 p.m. local time, which is 8 GMT, but he postponed it till 3 p.m., which is 9 GMT. We'll know more details then, but nothing officially announced. But everybody in the streets, every corner of the city, thousands of people are out. We are near to the Shabar Square, which is the epicenter of student protests. There's, I don't know the number of people. It's just, I've never seen anything like that in the capital city of protests. Tens of thousands of mostly students, public, you know, even family people with the children out celebrating. Practically, they're taken for shit.
Al Jazeera's UNC correspondent. I love this shot. This is great. I think it's beautiful. Like, you see who the people are, like, and you see they're young. Like, these people, like, this kid got to be like 14, 15. This kid over here, maybe 16, 17, you know. We got some like early 20-year-olds in the crowd. Like,
sure that
this guy's like the oldest guy here.
She's either left the country, resigned, or she may soon be leaving, and the government most likely is fallen or stepped down, and the army will decide what's the next step. Probably an interim government with a caretaker type government for the interim period. We'll know more in details maybe after 9 GMT local time.
Yeah,
but
indeed.
at this point, the main story is the celebration.
Yeah, Temfed, sorry to interrupt. As you say, we're waiting for
the celebration.
Army chief to speak shortly, any time now. Can you just give us an idea of how crucial?
No, he can't. What do you mean? Can he give us an idea? Where did he go? Bro, he got swallowed.
Actually, for Hasina to stay in power, if she loses them, does she lose the prime ministership?
Historically very crucial because army had played a role in I'm sorry, people are
He's like, please, guys.
excited here. Guys, please, I know you're excited. Historically, army played role in the politics in Bangladesh.
How many people, how many people in Bangladesh speak English? I was actually kind of surprised to see those slogans like written in English. I didn't realize that it was that many, like a good chunk. Yeah. Same in India too. I knew that about India, but I didn't know that about.
People generally love the army.
Yeah. I mean, guys, I've been to India for like a long time. I know that a lot of people speak English in India, but
they think they're a neutral body in times of crisis. They can handle situation and what we saw in the past several weeks, the violence and everything. They have confidence on the army that can manage the situation, and the army doesn't want to be the enemy of the people. And that's why people have confidence the army will control the situation in a neutral and proper manner. Lives will be saved, properties will be saved. So this is what they're saying. And just about an hour ago, the students were hanging out flowers to the troops, the military troops. You know, about 4 hours back, the police were still cracking down on students in the university campuses. They're firing rounds. You know, people were injured, you know, some probably fatally, but that all
oh yeah, this guy, he's handsome as hell, bro.
thing is over.
Look at that nose, man. That's like handsome Squidward nose.
And people are relieved that this brutal crackdown for past several weeks is finally over, and that they can look forward a new future.
Yeah, Tanvir, you're mentioning that just the change in the last few hours from the army and police shooting at protesters, and now we see these protesters, even though there is still a curfew in place there on the streets, that they've come out in force and, as you say, are celebrating before we've had any formal announcement from either the army or the Prime Minister.
I hope this happens in Kenya. Yeah, Havana, I haven't even been able to cover that, but there are some like really incredible protest movements starting all around Africa right now too. Like it seems, and honestly, this is how it happens. Like if you've been following like global movements like this for a while, it will like if something is in the air, something happens and the people like revolt, you know. In Nigeria, yeah, like it's happening across Africa as well. So we'll be. I don't have anything prepared for those tonight, but I definitely do want to keep those keep coverage of that present in the stream too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of surprised me.
I know here yet. It'll happen.
People heard rumors. People heard all kind of stories, and the fact that the army chief was, which very rarely happens, going to address the nation, they knew some sort of changes.
Yeah, Arun. I know. I saw some people like posting videos of people like swimming from Sri Lanka. People swimming in the like prime minister's pool and saying that it was Bangladesh, but.
And because a lot of students
like I recognize that footage
started coming to the Shabak Square, the army didn't interfere. Rather, they allowed them to gather and were embracing the students when they handed out the flowers. That gave the signal that something must have happened because they're not doing anything, but the police left the area. You don't see hardly any police in the city. You know, it's mostly army or nothing at all. It's mostly taken over by the general population, the students, and everyone is out in the street. But it is still based on speculation. We cannot.
Are you guys still bullying Bernie? Leave the old man alone. He doesn't know how to use Twitch. He doesn't know how to use Twitch.
independently confirm anything that happened behind the scene, what's going on behind in the government sector, but it is likely something major has happened, otherwise you wouldn't see what's going on. And we won't know till the army address and there's some official announcement.
Yes, thanks so much, Tanvir. We're waiting for the Army Chief to speak any minute now. That's Tanvir Chowdhury on the streets of Dhaka for us. We're going to stay with this story and go to Mubashir Hassan, who is a political analyst and author of Narratives of Bangladesh. He's joining us live.
Bro, do you know what it means to wear this suit in India? Brother, one drop of curry and your whole day is ruined. Oh my God.
From Sydney, thanks very much for being with us. First of all, what do you make of just the change that we have seen in the last few hours from authorities shooting at protesters?
Motherfucker looks like a Batman villain. Yeah. Damn, bro.
To now protesters clearly out in numbers on the streets celebrating before we've heard really any decision so far.
So I think Sheikh Hasina, it's most likely that she is going to resign if she is not already resigned.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, but did you guys the Apple TV shit is it still showing up on my channel? It shouldn't be. I turned it off, but also it's like, okay, good.
Internet was shut down and then restored, and there was not any repression on the protesters. So this all indicates that it is a win for the protesters and democracy in Bangladesh. It is an incredible amount of happiness all across the world because a tyrant has been fallen.
As you say, in your words, a tyrant has fallen. I mean, just how significant would her resignation?
Right, you think they're paying people? You think they're paying everybody to put that ad on our channels? No.
Be just how unprecedented is this for Bangladesh?
We haven't heard this level of repression. We haven't faced this level of human rights violation in Bangladesh history by any prime minister. So to give you some context, from 2009 to 2022, about 2,500 Bangladeshis are extrajudicially killed. Over 500 Bangladeshis were forcefully disappeared. And in just last few weeks, probably over 1,000 people are dead.
Ooh.
So it is a significant watershed moment in Bangladesh's history.
Okay, I got food here and it's like noodles, so I'm gonna go emote mode.
And you'll see once this news will break out, there will be happiness all around the country.
As our correspondent alluded to, an interim government is likely to be introduced here. How soon could we expect elections for a new democratic administration? And I guess how important will that be for the protesters that have taken to the streets?
So I think whoever is going to come into the power, they would need to do some reconciliation process and make sure that there is a free and fair elections. Otherwise, this protester will take the streets again. And what we have learned from past few weeks, that these protesters
PNG tuber
are very conscious.
PNG tuber mode. Sorry. I'll be back soon. I'm still here, by the way.
They're very democratically conscious and they appreciate freedom, and they don't worry to put their life on the line for freedom and democracy. And it is an incredible generation and extraordinary future, I hope, are waiting for Bangladesh.
This started as a student movement, a student protest, but it very quickly spread to encompass so many more different people from different walks of life than just students. Were you surprised by that? And was that the difference between what we saw 3 or 4 weeks ago when the first protesters took to the streets and what is happening now?
So, I have studied authoritarianism in Bangladesh for many years. Recently, we published a research called Democratic Recollage, where we saw that even Sheikh Hasina established and creeping authoritarianism over the country. Citizens were resisting. But I think Sheikh Hasina crossed lines in past few weeks by killing, by ordering shoot to kill people, and there's so many deaths, young students. And that kind of like crossing the red line, and that angered everyone in Bangladesh who took the
Hell
streets.
yeah.
So
Yeah, honestly, if you guys are interested in this, follow Arun, please. Everybody, please go follow Arun. Arun has been really essential to my understanding of this conflict. Really, really appreciate Arun's presence in this space. So please go follow.
I was not surprised because I was always knowing that there's the democratic resilience, the spirit of democratic resilience in Bangladesh is always there. But I was surprised how courageous they all are to take the street and put their lives on the lines for what they believe, and that is the resignation of this of Sheikh Hasina.
Thank you so much for your time and analysis, Mubashir Hassan. We appreciate it and are keeping a very close eye on when the Bangladesh Army Chief speaks, and we'll bring that to you when he does.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get latest news from Al Jazeera.
I just want to move away from events here in the UK to some breaking news that we're getting from Bangladesh. We are hearing that the Bangladesh Prime Minister has resigned and left the country, her destination unknown. This comes as thousands of people have stormed the Prime Minister's residence. What we're going to do is join my colleague Azadeh Mashiri, who is talking to Samira Hussain.
On the ground. Look, ever since these protests broke out about a month ago, many foreign journalists have been trying to get into the country, but no one has really been able to get any visas to allow us to give us some of that first-hand accounts, which is why we're depending on a lot of freelance journalists that are in the country. Now, one person that the BBC is working with right now has said that really he can see lots of people celebrating on the streets, hugging, exchanging garlands, a real sense of a jovial kind of atmosphere. And that would lead people to believe that, in fact, Sheikh Hasina has resigned from her position. And there are many media reporting that she has actually already left the country. If that is, in fact, the case, it is a dramatic turn of events for Bangladesh and for the Prime Minister. Remember, Sheikh Hasina only got, there were elections, rather, in Bangladesh just earlier this year in January, in which Sheikh Hasina won her fourth term. But those elections, were mired in a lot of confusion because, or rather, there were questions about the election's legitimacy because the main opposition party did not contest in those elections, and there were crackdowns on other opposition members that were trying to campaign. And so I think there's just a lot of question about democracy and rule in Bangladesh for a very long time.
Well, to that point, Samira, I also want to confirm a BBC correspondent has now told us, one of our colleagues has told us that the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, has resigned. Now, as a reminder for anyone who is joining us right now, we've been covering.
I feel like we're not getting any new info on this. Let's bring in Arun. Arun, are you ready?
I'm Obama.
Sound Killer, thank you much for the gifted.
Sound Killer 139 gifted a tier 1 sub to Meisha 1. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Give me 1 second. Okay, no problem. Take your time.
Hey, what's up? Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Setting things up.
Okay.
You just want to have me on like video or voice? Voice, which one works for you?
Let's do video.
Okay. 1 second.
First off, how you been, Arun?
I've been okay. My week's been pretty hectic so far. So
Yeah, just busy with stuff. Good busy or like bad
yeah,
busy?
I'm moving out, so it's been pretty hectic so far.
Ooh, moving is truly one of the most stressful experiences in human existence, I think.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I have people helping. I have family helping. Helping me pack. So that's awesome to have people there to help me.
That's cool. What's your new address? I'm just joking. Anyway, welcome in, Arun. Thank you so much for joining on today. Um, really, I mean, how are you feeling about what's going on in Bangladesh? Are you excited? Is it like a jubilant feeling you're feeling, or what? How are you? What's going
So
on?
so my current thing right now is that so we celebrated with Crab Rave, we celebrated with like Bengali songs earlier today. So it was awesome. But we were also getting so after shortly after I ended stream, we were getting reports of some really nasty stuff happening after they stormed the palace. So it looks like something to the effect of like 200 people were killed like today by cops or security forces. There's a lot of unrest at the moment.
Like after the resignation.
Yeah. After the resignation, after Sheikh Hasina fled, there's some stuff that is truly horrifying coming out of Bangladesh. And right now, the situation as far as what is going to happen, we'll get into it in a second, but there are also reports of people like attacking the Hindu religious minority in Bangladesh. So you had members of the Jamaat-e-Islami, which are the far right, basically Nazis of Bangladesh. And they're the ones that are the most, I guess, loyal to. We talked about the term Razakars, which are basically collaborators, the Bengali collaborators of the Pakistani state that helped Pakistan commit a genocide of Bengalis in 1971. The party that really defends those Razakars the most, and that's really pro Pakistan, is Jamaat-e-Islami (JI), which is itself an offshoot of the Pakistani JI, Jamaat-e-Islami. But those guys, along with potentially members of the Chhatru League, which are the student wing of the ruling Awami League in
Yeah.
Bangladesh that was just thrown out. There were reports of, I mean, we don't know who actually did it, but we do know that members of the Hindu religious minority in Bangladesh were attacked in the wake of all of this. It seems like what happened was the Chhatru League the student league waited for the right time to attack the religious minority so that they could pin the blame on JI and these student protesters as well. And then on top of that, like there are reports of, again, like I said, there's a lot of chaos and turmoil. And so like there are outside forces that are trying to sow division among the religious groups of Bangladesh between the Muslim majority and the Hindu minority. Um, there have been issues with the Muslims and Hindus, but there have been sort of communal tensions here and there, but it's not like it's not like an incredible degree.
Yeah.
Like to the same degree that you would expect in a place like Pakistan, for example. It's not as bad.
And like when you're describing this, like can you talk a little bit about like the composition of the protest movement? Like were there elements of the protest movement that were part of that like right-wing party? Were there elements that were like what did it have like a religious leaning either way?
No,
Like
no. So
yeah.
the students were remarkably like they stood together regardless of religion, whether it was Hindu, Muslim. The students were as progressive as you could possibly get for a movement like that. They were, I mean, what is remarkable about the student movement itself is that the BNP, the BNP and the Jamaat tried to co-opt that movement, and it didn't work. The students were like, we're not going to let anyone co-opt their movement. So they've done as far as the students are concerned, they have done basically, as far as I could tell, they've done everything right. So they've done a remarkable job with all of this. So the students have done a fantastic job with this. So we had a student on calling in from Sylhet, and he's been giving me insider information. He's been giving me like on the ground level information, and the students have done a remarkable job on all of this. Like they were the ones that led the protests. They were the ones that basically, I mean, the protest kind of died down a little bit because of the shoot on site orders. But what happened was after the blackout was like slightly ended a little bit, after the blackout was slightly lifted a little bit, and even after the curfew, the students kept on going, and the students basically day one, day two pivoted to, all right, this is no longer just about the quota system. Like they basically said immediately, no, this is an anti-Hasina protest.
Yeah.
Where our goal is to get rid of Hasina, right? Our goal is to get rid of AL, right? Awami League and Sheikh Hasina.
Right. Is there any are there any like individual leaders who maybe have like stepped forward from the student movement who could like fill this power vacuum that Bangladesh is experiencing now, or
No, I don't think so. They're all students, so I don't think they can I don't think they can do it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the students have basically floated Mohammed Yunus, who is basically he's a Nobel laureate from Bangladesh, and he got a Nobel laureate for basically inventing the concept of like microfinance and microcredit.
Okay.
So he
Which is
basically-
pretty. I mean that in from what I know of that in like especially in developing nations, like
it's not great.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not great.
Yeah.
But the reason the students picked Mohammed Yunus is because he's probably the most palatable option. The students basically said like, hey, listen, he's not BNP, he's not Jamaat, and he's also not like pro Sheikh Hasina either. Even though he was like originally pro Sheikh Hasina, because he tried to basically he tried to run for office. Sheikh Hasina basically said, no, you're now an enemy of the AL, of the Awami League. And he's basically been like, he's been politically persecuted for like the past, decade or so. So he's like, that's why he's basically the sort of the figurehead like that the students have picked recently.
Yeah. And so I did want to ask you about that. In the Democracy Now! Interview, the person being interviewed mentioned a region that is like hyper militarized in Bangladesh that he said is somewhere to like really keep an eye on and kind of would be
Chittagong Hill
maybe.
Tracks.
Yeah. Can you say that again just so I can hear it again?
It's called the Chittagong Hill Tracks. So it's called I'll type it in chat, but it's this. So there's a division called Chittagong in the southeastern portion of Bangladesh, on the border with Myanmar and Tripura, right? And Chittagong is home to lots of indigenous non-Bengali people. So these are like people like Chakmas and I forgot the specific term for the federation of, I think it was Jumas. I think Juma was the name of the, yeah, I think Juma was the name of the actual like collection of indigenous tribes of Chittagong Hill Tracts. But basically, since Bangladesh got independence, Mujibur Rahman, who is the founder of Bangladesh, almost immediately basically turned his guns on the Chittagong Hill Tracts. He basically turned his guns and basically said, "Hey, you guys that are indigenous to Bangladesh, you're not like you should assimilate to being Bengalis, right?" That's what he basically said. He basically said, "No, you should assimilate to being Bengalis. You guys are citizens of Bangladesh. You guys should be Bengalis." And ever since that, ever since Mujib, who's the founder of Bangladesh, started doing that. I mean, later leaders like Ziaur Rahman who is basically the leader of the opposition, who was the leader of the opposition party, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, the BNP. He's even more racist than he basically started openly doing settler colonialism in the Chittagong Hill Tracts. He started settling lots of like ethnic Bengalis in the Chittagong Hill Tracts, and as a result of that, he started displacing a lot of people from the indigenous people of that region. So much so that the indigenous people took up armed rebellion against the government, and they were basically brutally crushed. Um, a major activist from that region is Kalpana Chakma, and she said something that was very poignant. Whatever they let me pull up the quote actually. Kalpana Chakma. So Kalpana Chakma was this indigenous person, indigenous activist. Yeah, she said everything that is experimented on the hills will be implemented on the plainlands. So this is the
Wow.
so she's right, and she's dead right about this.
Yeah, very direct. Yeah.
So here we go. Here's the quote that I'm talking about. Yeah, Kalpana Chakma. Yeah, she literally said, yeah, everything. So she was an activist from the Chittagong Hill Tracts. And she's a Chakma person. Chakma is an ethnic group from Chittagong, right? Um, so she basically said anything that happens in this region is going to be tested out in the mainlands of the main districts of Bangladesh, and she's right because that's the armed region that Democracy Now! Is talking about. It's basically Bangladesh has been trying to ethnically assimilate everyone in that region through direct and indirect means for quite a while. And Kalpana Chakma is like a testament to this because this human rights activist was basically abducted by the state. She was disappeared by the state, and we don't know where she is. She's basically presumed dead at this point. The
Yeah.
person that said this. So
And so, are they expecting there to be like that since like due to the like instability of the government in Bangladesh now, is there expected to be like further clashes in that region?
I mean, as far as that's concerned, we don't know. Again, it's
Right.
too early to call anything at the moment. But I think the other thing I should probably address immediately is what is going on with the Rohingya people in Cox's Bazar, because they're also like refugees in Bangladesh coming from Myanmar. Bangladesh has not been particularly kind to the Rohingya ethnic group, despite the fact that Rohingyas and Bengalis are culturally very linked to each other. They're very similar to one another. But the Bangladesh government has not been particularly kind to them, nonetheless. Because again, Bangladesh is very supportive of Myanmar's actions against the Rohingya minority.
Yeah, they have Facebook too, and George Zuckerberg made everybody hate the fucking right.
I mean, it's way more than that, but yes,
Of course,
like,
of course, of
basically,
course.
yeah, like India and because Bangladesh under Sheikh Hasina has been allied with India, and India has been selling weapons to Myanmar alongside basically China, Russia, etc.
Mhm.
So to the Myanmar junta government, and they've also been very hostile. Like they're basically most, I guess, militias in Myanmar right now have been pretty hostile to uh, Rohingya
Yeah.
as a result. But that I figured I'd address that immediately as well because that's probably another burning question for a lot of people. What is going on? What's happening to the Rohingya?
Yeah, sure.
But so yeah, that's basically so far the estimated death toll is probably like in the thousands, I would say.
Wow.
It's definitely in the thousands. That it's the unofficial death toll is like 200 to 300 to 400. That's the official death toll, but like the actual death toll is probably like 200, like in the thousands probably. Like we don't know yet.
Right.
Because a lot of the deaths that happened they happened under the blackout. So we don't like we're still tallying the bodies. And the Bangladesh government, in terms of its brutality, just to give you an idea, Bangladesh was parading around. The army was parading around like, they were parading around like dead bodies on top of UN tanks.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So that should give you an idea. They were parading around bodies on top of UN tanks. They were just mowing down people with like, this is the Rapid Action Battalion, which has had weapons, bought from the United States and whatnot. They were just mowing down protesters with their vehicles. They were basically, the Bangladesh government has handled this in the worst way they could possibly handle it, actually.
Yeah. And I remember reading a little bit about that the protest movement was fighting for the quota to be like diverted from the Awami League to like indigenous peoples. Is that would that be like the people in the Chittagong Hill
Yes.
tracks?
So indigenous people are not just the people from the Chittagong Hill tracks. There's indigenous people all over the country. So
Right.
there's also like a lot of the indigenous people Bangladesh has, like India has as well. They're shared with India as well. There were like children that were massacred in all of this, like 4-year-olds, 6-year-olds, like uh, uh there were kids that were massacred from their balconies, like
Mhm.
as a result of this. So like I forgot, what was your question?
No, I was just kind of like drawing that like the protest movement was like in their demands like directly supportive of the indigenous people that we were talking about, Chittagong.
Yeah, they were
Hill
more
track.
like, I think the students are way more, I guess, sympathetic to the needs of the indigenous people. From what I've seen thus far of the student movement, they are way more sympathetic. They're actually beginning to like, what's unprecedented about this movement is, again, the person that I mentioned was Kalpana Chakma,
Yeah.
and her quote was like being proliferated a lot, like in this student movement, which again, a lot of Bangladeshis do not understand like the kind of atrocities that their government does against the Chittagong Hill tracks. But they're starting to learn the kind of atrocities like that the government has been doing against the indigenous people. So I mean, it's a hopeful sign, but again, I've seen that kind of rodeo play out in Sri Lanka as well. So I don't want to keep my hopes up too much. Because again, like there's another thing, right? If you don't mind, I want to bring Sri Lanka into this as well, because uh Sri Lanka basically did the same thing 2 years ago. Like what you're seeing right now, and I'm sure most of the chat has seen this as well. This happened in Sri Lanka 2 years ago. And since then, Sri Lanka, I mean, like I just have to keep it 100% real. That revolt in Sri Lanka was fucking useless. One of the most useless revolts I've ever seen in my life. Did nothing. Absolutely nothing. Rajapaksa came back into the country and now he's like living in a government sponsored apartment. Like, now, the reason for that is Sri Lanka is an apartheid. It's a settler colonial apartheid state that's doing it against Tamils, right? But you can kind of, I mean, even though Bangladesh itself is not a directly settler colonial state for all of Bangladesh, but it is engaging in settler colonialism against indigenous people right now. So whether the students being more sympathetic to the indigenous people of Bangladesh will actually translate into any form of justice or reparations, I would not keep my hopes up for that. I would not. I'm just gonna
I
be
mean,
honest.
unfortunately,
Rodeo play out before. So
unfortunately, the story of indigenous people worldwide is like kind of being left behind in moments like this, and the first sacrifice made when hard discussions have to be had. So I guess like, well, like my last question, we know about the demands around the quota. We obviously knew about the demands around Hasina. Have you seen any kind of like like solidarity building or the mass movement kind of like, you know, becoming about class or moving into other areas of injustice in Bangladeshi society?
well, I mean, so when the student movement sort of pivoted from being just about the quota to basically every grievance about Hasina, it was already like kind of morphing into a working class movement already, right? But the thing is, there's like the communists, like in Bangladesh, have been basically kneecapped, and some of the communist parties that were basically kneecapped were indigenous communist parties,
Hmm.
of the Chittagong Hill Tracts. The I forgot the name of the Chakma, the liberation group, but they were like some communist, like the party that was like in control of the army was a communist party, or it was an indigenous communist party, right? So they've been basically kneecapped. Now that Sheikh Hasina is gone, a leftist movement can begin to like actually coalesce.
Yeah, exactly right.
Because Sheikh Hasina has been basically the default quote unquote left option. As bad as Sheikh Hasina is right now, Sheikh Hasina is actually like ideologically the most palatable of the major parties.
Right. And
Awami League is
what does
actually
it mean for a country's politics whenever that's like very clearly not left enough? You need
right.
a mass revolt like this. Like you would hope that somebody would like fill that void and fill that demand in the populace. But we'll see.
I mean, the BNP is so I want to talk about like what's going to happen soon, because I want to be perfectly clear about one thing. Keep your eyes on Bangladesh,
Hmm.
right? Keep your eyes on Bangladesh, because this isn't over yet. It's still like they haven't won yet, right? We like the students have not entirely won yet. There's still bloodshed happening in the streets. You now have people trying to stir up communal tensions between the Hindus and the Muslims. So much so that you had people like you had Muslims, thank God, you had Muslims going to, temples in Hindu temples in Bangladesh, like sitting outside and defending the temples from like
Wow.
far right extremists. So there was some level of solidarity shown there, but like like I said, Awami League is not going down without a fight, right? They're going to start like basically what happened was, I think it was the son of Sheikh Hasina basically said he basically said a threat, which is like, oh, you like after Sheikh Hasina left, right? He basically said, oh, you think you guys, okay, congratulations, you stormed the palace and you made us flee, right? Oh, you think you won? You think you guys are gonna govern well without us? We'll see. We'll make you understand what happens when you can't, like when we're gone, right? So the Almi League, especially Sheikh Hasina's family, basically issued a direct threat to the populace, saying like, "Hey, you threw us out. Like, basically, fuck around and find out." Like, so we have to basically treat like, I mean, yes, feel free to celebrate, but be very, very careful. Like, be incredibly careful. It's still happening, and my biggest fear in the back of my head is that it is going to escalate even further. I think it is like this is like it's definitely not over yet, not even close,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Sheikh Hasina is gone, but like that doesn't mean anything. Like 2 years ago, Rajapaksa was chased out of Sri Lanka, and then like 2 months later he came back. So this means nothing, right? The fact that Sheikh Hasina is gone does not mean anything. Like the fact that she fled the country means absolutely nothing, right? Like it means that she's gone at least temporarily, but we don't know what's going to happen within the next few months. We don't know what's going to happen within
Yep.
the next few days even.
Yep.
So keep your eyes out. Like don't think that this is a done deal. It's not. Things could very easily revert back to the way they were, or things could escalate and become even worse. We don't know what's going to happen. So keep your eyes on Bangladesh. Do not like assume victory just yet.
Yeah,
That's
and I
like
mean
my
that is
biggest
something that's like really dangerous with, movements like this, is because like you can, having mass people in the street like that, obviously so much power to the point where they can oust a prime minister like this. But once you have a victory like that, will people still come back onto the streets? Will that power be maintained and exercised and expressed
It's not
after?
even that.
Yeah.
I fear that this was too easy. That's my point. That's the thing that I'm trying to say. I fear that this victory was way too easy, right? Because so basically let's talk about how we got here in the first place, right? And I know I keep yapping about this, so I know you probably like want to let me go at some point. So
No, you're good. This is why you're here, man. We appreciate you.
so So basically, how we got here was basically yesterday or 2 days ago, they had announced that there's going to be a countrywide march on the capital, Dhaka, right? So what had happened was the entire country, which is half the population of the United States, right, was to march on Dhaka. Like a decent subsection of them were to march on Dhaka, which is the capital. Dhaka, the population density of the capital is 100,000 people per square mile. That population density is 3 times that of New York. It is 10 times that of Gaza, right? That is the population density of Dhaka without this, right? Dhaka has the metro area of Dhaka is 22 million people. The city alone is 10 million, right? So the population density is it's incredibly dense. It's probably the densest major city in like of that size of any. It's probably the densest major city of any country, right? It's the densest city of that size on Earth. It's incredibly dense. No city in India comes close to that, right? Even like Delhi and Mumbai are at most like half or 1/3 the density of Dhaka.
Jesus.
That should give you an idea. Like India, you think is population dense? No.
Yeah, if you've ever been like, for anybody in chat who's never like been to Delhi or Mumbai, like you feel the population density like so much. Like there's just
it's
everywhere. You're just surrounded by people like constantly. Feels like, which is like, I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's 3 times the population density of Delhi, just to give you an idea. So that's how bad it is, or that's how dense it is, right? No, I mean, Bengal is like a hugely fertile region. That's how it's possible. It's a very fertile region, right? So you had this entire group of people that were marching on Dhaka. What is making me a little bit skeptical is that the army just let them storm the palace. That's what's making me a bit skeptical about the whole thing. And then the other thing is, the army chief is like not related by blood, but he married into Sheikh Hasina's family. So that's what makes me skeptical about this a little bit, right? So the army is also like, the army is not on the side of the protesters, but a lot of people are treating as though the army is on the side of the protesters. They're not. They just they just didn't kill that many people when they stormed Dhaka, when they marched on Dhaka. So that's like the source of my skepticism, because it's basically the area wise, it's the size of like Wisconsin with half the population of the U.S. That's basically it. Yeah, it's a strategic retreat basically, but the army's not done yet and the cops are not done yet. So that's why I'm saying like this is very like don't treat like Bangladesh as though it's won yet, right? It's not. It's not. Things are going to develop even further.
Yep.
I mean, what were their options though with those numbers? They were already killing people, is my point. They're not afraid to kill people. So that's what makes me very skeptical about this. They have all the weapons and they used UN weapons like they got away with using UN peacekeeping weapons on their own citizens. So that's why I'm saying like let's not celebrate yet. Like Bangladesh
peacekeeping weapons. That's such a awesome term.
That's what I'm saying. Like they got away with, they're acting with a level of impunity that rivals that of even like Israel or Sri Lanka. So don't keep your don't assume the fight's won yet. Don't assume the revolution worked quite yet.
Yeah. Well, Arun, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate your perspective and your expertise on this.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Chat, keep your eyes on Bangladesh. This isn't over yet.
We'll keep it. We'll be keeping aware of it. And I appreciate you. Good luck. I hope you can get on the Hassan broadcast. His feeble attempt at grasping this today was he needs you. He needs you, and I hope it happens tomorrow. But I know that shit gets crazy over there. So
yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I hope it happens. And also, I'm looking forward to seeing you at TwitchCon, man. Meeting you in person finally.
Yeah. No, also the documentary director's cut.
Hell yeah, yeah. We got
Genocide documentary director's cut afterwards.
yeah. Arun and I got some good shit cooking. So.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, take care, Arun.
Take care.
All right. Oops. Okay. Wow. Everybody go follow Arun right now. Flying to LA? He is, Anita. Actually. Although maybe I shouldn't say that, but oh, I did Anita's shout out, which go follow Anita. That's a good thing to shout out anyway. But I meant to shout out Arun. Go follow Arun. Please go follow Arun. Arun's a great resource on politics of this region. He has an undying, fire for justice for his people, which I will always respect, even though I know he's not Bengali. Okay, I know he's not Bengali. But still, it's it's good to see and good to have somebody out here advocating for that. Let's do a brief one video I wanted to show, or two videos about Palestine, just to keep it in the combo, just real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the UK after that. I gotta go pee, but I'll leave you with this video that I already watched. But it's a really good video. It's horrifying, but it's a really good video. Ba-boom.
I became an activist because I was a soldier in the Israeli army. I'm 38 years old. I served 20 years ago. And I served in the Special Forces unit of the Infantry Nachal Brigade.
I'll be right back.
And me and my team were snipers. And when you serve as a sniper in the West Bank and Gaza, you're inside Palestinian cities, towns, but more than everything else, you're inside Palestinian homes. Almost every night we did an operation that is called the straw window. Straw window is when you take a private Palestinian house and turn it into a military post. It means that you have to storm the house in the middle of the night, drag all of the family members from their beds, and put them in one room so they won't bother us. And then we put our sniping rifles, and me as the spotter of the team, I would put my thermal camera in one of the rooms. Then we start scanning the city. And during that time, if one of the family members wants to eat, to drink, to take medicine, to go to the bathroom, they need authorization from us, because it's our house. It's not their house anymore. And straw window could be 2 hours, or 4 hours, or 6 hours, or 2 days, right? And after that ends, we just take all of our weapons and everything, and we go back to the base. And when we go back to the base, the first time we did it, I understood that we ruined the Palestinian family's life. Not because we had information, not because we want to shoot at someone, because they told us this is a routine operation. You have to be with your sniping rifles inside the Palestinian city. And I was brought up on the idea that I have to protect Israel. That what I'm doing in the Israeli army is protecting Israel. And that wasn't protecting Israel. That was controlling Palestinians. And that's a different thing altogether. So you ask me how I became an activist. I served in the IDF. And I think that as an Israeli, we have the moral obligation to speak about it. It's not a secret that belongs to me or as an Israeli. It's something that everybody should know that is happening almost every night. Straw windows like that.
Right.
But every day we have checkpoints and Palestinians giving permits and now fighting in Gaza and arrest. It's an ongoing occupation of 57 years.
Really, I've actually never heard this detail of the occupation, that they like turn Palestinian homes into military posts. Yeah, right. Two-based. I know, right? Yeah. And like, also, you know what? Fuck you. Anybody who's like, fuck this guy, fuck you, because I'm here for people realizing their wrongs. I'm here for reformative justice and restorative justice. I'm here for that shit. And this guy, becoming an activist and fighting against the system he used to participate in, fucking awesome and based. Unlike these people, Japanese woman waving Palestinian flag confronted by Israeli tourists in Tokyo.
What's on the map? What are you fighting for?
76 years of establishment. Palestine doesn't exist.
It never will and it never has.
Israel is a fake state.
So why are you waving the flag?
So why are you waving the flag? That one's so stupid. Israelis are like just like they're so psychotic. I don't know, man. After like being at protests and everything and like seeing how they behave and shit, they are next. Like they're so next level. It's like they just don't know how to fucking behave in public. It's crazy. I say this as somebody who pops off about politics in public. I will yell at people. I will make a scene. And they're just like so weird, man. I don't know. They're so weird. Anyway, let's talk about the UK. So I have a bunch of shit going here. So let's start here. We've got some, obviously it's a really horrific shit happening in the UK. The UK saw a third consecutive night of fascist violence in numerous towns and cities, mainly in the north of England. Some of the most shocking incidents, including the raiding and torching of hotels where asylum seekers were being housed. This took place in the towns of Rotherham and Tamworth. Hey. PBT, welcome in. Thank you so much.
Too busy blocking out the haters.
Just subscribed.
Oh, yo, 5 gifted. Let's fucking go. Thank you for 5 subscribers. Thank you for the 5 gifted, PBT. Appreciate that. I saw you spamming spamming that Bernie chat too. I had it up on the side. I was in a good mood. Thank you, man. Well, you just helped 5 other people get these kafia emotes that you can spam in whatever you know what I mean? You can spam them wherever you feel like spamming them. Anybody who needs to see a kafia, you have that now. And you can spam that. Yeah, that's all yours. And 5 other people too can join in.
I don't give you no money.
Nori, thank you so much for gifting Dustinot. Appreciate you.
For you. I just make you laugh.
Guys, you're gonna make it seem like it's a fucking conspiracy that I'm sending you. I am not. I told you not to go to Bernie's chat. But if all of the emotes in Bernie's chat spammers are mine, y'all are gonna get me banned. Okay? I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Okay? All right? I mean, you can use them. I'm not saying don't use them. However you want to use them. Need the Bernie lore? Bernie Sanders was live on Twitch doing a progressives for Kamala, and I just tuned into it. Is it still happening?
Yes.
Cheesy Bread, thank you for gifting Side Beast. Is it still happening? No, it's not. But I went in there, and all I saw were people spamming the kafia emotes and shit, and I was like, they clearly did not have any fucking They clearly did not have any mods in there. Also, we got a fucking hype train going, baby. Let's fucking go. Cheesy Bread gifting Anita. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's take a little break. We're gonna get into anti-fascists. We're gonna get into fucking fighting racist mobs in the UK. But first, let's fucking vibe, okay? We got a hype train going. I haven't been able to debate with the ad all night, but I really appreciate you guys' subs. They help me to do what I do. I love doing this. It's so nice to hang out with you guys, It's the biggest blessing in the world. Okay, we'll listen to it after this too, based. To have this community, you know what I mean? It's so incredible.
209 gift subs in the channel.
Like I get to talk about shit that I love and am interested in, and you guys like it too.
Like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it.
Yo, calm like a Tom with a 10 gifted. Let's fucking go. Yeah, this is why we got jammies.
Worship idols, man, that that shit.
Bro, thank you guys. Huge gifted.
Masses, cause the risk is be so boring. I be on the internet whenever I feel lonely, and I rather feel like Che Guevara than ever be Tony. Tell my mama when I grow, oh, sorry,
I'm a communist.
Flight to Cuba, roll up, blow right in that bit, all up in Jamaica. Swear you need to see this shit. She don't wear no makeup, wanna give me all of it. We should take like all of it.
We should take like all of it.
Careful who you talk to, cause they fed and they be.
Song's such a banger, dude.
Switch out the AR for the AK like a Soviet. Say I get her high,
High like a.
yeah. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the red book on my lap. You can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have the knowledge, then you know you need to praxis.
No reason here. Vote PSL. Let's go. Let's go. Wait, what's the Mao one? This one? I've never heard this. Yo, leftists including paragraphs in music videos.
Hey, strap the boy, yeah, you know I'm a Maoist. Run up on me, find out I'm about it. Got a red book and I can't leave without it. Glock in the party, oh my god, I'm the loudest. Still graduated, selling dope, I'm the proudest.
Let's go.
I just wanna riot, I'm so defiant. They dope you up and turn you to a client. They dope you up and turn. Strap the boy, yeah, you know I'm a Maoist. Run up on me, find out I'm about it. Got a red book and I can't leave without it. Glock in the party, oh my god, I'm the loudest. Still graduated, selling dope, I'm the proudest. I just stay quiet, I just wanna riot. I'm so defiant. They dope you up and turn you to a client. They dope you up and turn. They dope you up and turn you to a no one. Say no to drugs, but you know I'm a raw one. Bend you and twist you and make you a person. Working and slaving, no, that's not a purpose. Money and products, man, that's just a surface. Know that it's wrong, but you still gonna purchase. Don't even matter, get clean at the churches. Don't even matter, get clean at the churches. Drugs in the wig got me driving all nervous. I'm with the boys and we look like a circus. I'm with the boys and we really be on it. Might take your days, I just wanna
Peggy. Is it bad that when I read PSL, I still think of pumpkin spice latte? That's the Becky within you.
I just wanna riot, I'm so defiant. They dope you up.
That's the Becky, the white girl Becky within you, Peggy.
You know I'm a Maoist. Run up on me, find out I'm about it. Got a red book.
Alright, we can do it.
Without it. Glock in the party, oh my god, I'm the loudest. Still graduated, selling dope, I'm the proudest. I just stay quiet, I just wanna riot. I'm so defiant. They dope you up and turn you to a client. They dope you up and turn.
By the way, while we have this moment in between shit right now, can I plug my shit right now? Can I plug my shit right now? Okay, tomorrow night we're doing a test Civ 6 online stream. Tomorrow night, test Civ 6 online stream with chat, and then on Thursday, we're gonna do the Civ 6 streamer invitational. Okay, so I'm getting a bunch of leftist streamers together. 8 leftist streamers together. 1,000 bits from Bop and Wop gets us to level 6. Let's fucking go. Yeah, so we'll have a Civ 6 8-person game between leftist streamers. Okay, Peganox is gonna be one. I haven't streamed in a month and a half. I've noticed, Peggy. Are you good? Are you good, Peggy? I've been meaning to reach out. But Peggy's gonna join us. I've been sick? Oh no, I'm sorry. I was gonna do the test stream tonight with chat, so I'm sorry if you were waiting on that, or if you were expecting that tonight. I'm sorry. But there's just so much news that I wanted to cover, from Bangladesh to the UK, all that shit. Where's Tofu been? I know. I know. I think Tofu is okay. I mean, I'm talking to her. I'm talking to her and stuff. She's cool.
And now you do what they told you. And now you do what they told you. And now you do what they told you.
Burnout is real. Streamers need rest too. It's true. It's true. Yeah, don't make her feel bad about it. I'm sure that there's like a lot going on. She's so good at what she does. You know she loves it. She would rather be streaming than, you know, doing what she's doing. So sometimes you gotta do your shit. You gotta take care of yourself. That is what it is. We love Tofu. We love Tofu so much. Tom like a Tom. Is this where your name's from? Wait, also, what is this not? Is it this not just the song? This is just Killing in the Name of. Where's the Sebastian part? I thought this was like an original. Calm like a bomb. Oh. Is it a cover? Yeah, the song's insane. By the way, ads running right now, but thanks to everybody who subscribed tonight and gifted subs and shit. Y'all are amazing. A lot of people are avoiding those ad breaks and getting all of the content. We'll go back to the content after this. Go back to UK. UK. Because what's happening in the UK is very scary. It is very scary. Oops. You okay, UK? They are not fucking okay, dude. I'm telling you that right now. They are not okay. They are very much not okay, actually. However, there are I got some bonus, like, good things here, too. Some moments of hope. Not like people coming out and fighting against it, reminding us that not everybody believes in this horse shit. You know what I mean? So let's check it out. Okay. If you guys don't know, well, this will sum up some of it. But just if you have no concept, you have nothing, you have no idea what's going on in the UK, why are people rioting, what's going on there? Over the last 5 to 10 years, just like in the United States, far right has grown in the UK, and the blame of immigrants, the effects of colonialism done by these Western countries, especially the UK, especially the United States, have wreaked havoc around the world and made most of the global South a pretty shitty place to live. And so, in response to that, people, what does that look like? It's an unsafe environments, war, civil wars, shit, like all of this shit that these countries caused, causes people to leave, causes people to flee those countries to places like the US, places like the UK. In response, the far right, of course, with no analysis, with no understanding of why people would leave their home and be forced to go through the process of assimilation into a brand new country without any like care or empathy. They blame the immigrants for every every problem in the world. They blame them for everything in the world, right? So every problem in the UK, and there are legitimate problems in the for the working class in the UK. That's objectively true, right? But these get expressed by fascists and by the far right as, you know, the blame of people who are different than you. Happens in the US, it happens in the UK. And this all kind of boiled over in the UK over the last like three or four nights because there was a really horrific stabbing incident in Southport, I believe, where 17-year-olds stabbed like a ton of people. Like there was like 15 people, 13 to 15 people stabbed. I think a lot of them being children. 3 young girls were killed in the stabbing. Really, really awful. Full stop. Like just a terrible incident. But similar to what happens in the U.S. with mass shootings, societies, people are left behind by society, and they express rage and their dissatisfaction with the world through unbelievably destructive ways. It was a Taylor Swift dance class. Yeah, it's just horrific. It is. It truly is. However, the far right took this moment because it was, a 17-year-old Rwandan boy. They took this moment and they started their disinformation campaign. Similar to what you saw with, Iman this week. Like they just flooded the internet with disinformation about this killing. They turned it into a huge, moment where they said that it was like symptomatic of all refugees, all immigrants in the UK, and by proxy, like anybody who's not white in the UK, essentially, and Christian. And of course, very little of it was based in truth. In fact, the 17-year-old was in fact a UK born by a Rwandan family. He's British by citizenship, yes. He's lived in the UK his whole life. This is a UK born attack, and that's really all there is to it. But that doesn't matter. The truth doesn't matter. We watched it happen in America this week, and like this is rhetoric. This events like this come from the far right politicians. They come from the very top, and in this, it's the same. I just can't. The reason why this is really fucking important to look at, and the reason why it's very like hard for me to watch and scary, is because this shit. It's not a matter of if; it's a matter of when this shit happens in the United States. Donald Trump has for 8 years. For 8 full years, Donald Trump has ran his entire political message. The center of his political message is that the people immigrating to our countries are psychopathic, murderers, rapists, just using the most extreme rhetoric. And even like in America, like who's the woman that they made Joe Biden hold up a pin. They are trying. That initiative is the exact same kind of shit that led to this. I can't think of her name right now. No. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a one pushing for it. But the name of the girl who was like killed by a migrant, there's like one person that they like to hold up. Anyway, it's irrelevant. But if you have her name, I will say it. It's not like Laken Riley. Thank you. Yes. So like they take one incident, which is horrific and honestly is bad. Like I have no problem saying murder is wrong. But to say that this one incident is representative of every single person that moves here without looking at any empirical data or just in general, to use that and use it to represent every single person that's crossing our borders is obviously awful and fascistic. Like this is fascism. Like this is fascism. And so for the last 3 days, far right elements and all across the UK, and Ireland, and Scotland even, I believe, have taken to the streets and done like horrific shit. Acid attacks, you know, cornering fucking hotels that asylum seekers are speaking in and burning them down and blocking all the exits. Like, these are pogroms. These are far right pogroms. And it's really horrific. And I mean, if you've been watching the stream for any period of time, you know, for like 3 or 4 months, like, you know that I think like the one through line that I want to continue to push and to like just like present as like this is happening and you should be following it and like it should be framed as such is the escalation of political violence in the Western world. And like the far right is becoming much more comfortable with street battles and with like, you know, with explicitly using violence. The pro-Palestine, like, you know, the Zionists in LA are like a prime example of that, I think. But it's happening in New York City as well. You know, where people are just, the right wing is getting a lot more comfortable doing it. And yes, and it's not even just that the right wing is becoming more comfortable doing it, but they're learning that there are almost no repercussions. That the police can be standing right next to you and will do nothing to stop you from, you know, brutalizing left-wing protesters. And if you think that's going to change, it won't. Like, the police will not protect us, right? The police will not protect us. The only solution to this is protecting ourselves. That's the only solution. And that's really scary. I'm sorry, but I want to, like, I'm here begging us to please look at this and, like, prepare yourself for the worst, but also how can we prevent this from escalating further? What are the ways that we can organize? How can we organize and how can we, like, continue to advocate for things that matter and are important to us, like Palestine, and, like, not give in to these fucking street battles, or at least protect ourselves during them and like, you know, be prepared and like make it known that this is not going to be something that is tolerated. You know, these are all really important questions, and this is how I want to frame this coverage of what's happening in the UK. So I've got a bunch of bookmarked tweets here. Some of them are hopium, some of them are good, some of them are just you know, like interviews with shop owners and people who are most affected by what they're doing. And then we have a bunch of YouTube videos in the playlist that we're going to check out. And we'll continue to have this conversation as we go and draw parallels between here and abroad in the UK, because, again, like, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The way that the right talks about immigrants, like this kind of shit is almost guaranteed. And it's also like not even foreign to America. This shit is like lynch parties and like racist mob rule has been the standard for American justice for all of history, for its entire history. You know? And I'm not saying that it doesn't exist now. It's always existed. It continues to exist now. However, I think it's going to become common and like accepted on a level that is very, very scary. If Trump were to be elected, you know what I mean? Like Trump being, and genuinely, I think even if Trump loses, I think that the fallout on the streets in America from that result are going to be really, really severe and bad. Even if Trump loses, like, we're going to see a massive crackdown on protests, on everything, and especially if like shit pops off in the, you know, Middle East. Like, I just really feel like we're on the brink of really, really scary times, but potential for like massive political movement, and it's hard to tell where that movement will be directed towards. But you know, in moments like this, the shit can change really quickly, right? And I want everybody to understand that, you know. Oh, Maltese, I did see that clip, yeah. Anyway, let's get into this. I'm sorry, I'm not like fully, I'm reading the chat, but I'm not gonna like give a full response to everything. because I want to move on with the coverage, and it's getting late already. So, the UK saw a third consecutive night of fascist violence in numerous towns and cities, mainly in the north of England. Some of the most shocking incidents including the raiding and torching of hotels where asylum seekers were being housed. This took place in the towns of Rotherham and Tamworth. Police made little effort to stop mobs of far-right protesters from storming the hotels and firebombing them. Inside were numerous families waiting for their asylum cases to be processed. So, for the record, these are legal immigrants. And it's the same in America. Seeking asylum is a legal right that is internationally recognized in most places in the world. And we have legal processes that people can go through to do it. We should be protecting these because we might need to use these. You understand me? If you think that the things that are pushing those people away from their homes can't happen here, you're just wrong. This is important for us too, okay? Prime Minister Keir Starmer made a statement Sunday night promising to prosecute those responsible. Anti-fascist counter-protesters also took place in numerous cities, with many blaming the mainstream media and politicians for fanning the flames of anti-migrant racism for years now. The violence broke out over a fake news campaign on social media blamed Muslims for a stabbing incident in the town of Southport earlier last week. This is the hotel that they tried to burn down.
They all went upstairs and
I utterly condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend. Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law.
Also, I do want to say that I don't think in America they would even say far right. And I know I'm saying that because I know I watched Karen Bass stand in front of an InfoWars podcast host and condemn the protesters who got brutalized, not the fascist mobs that beat the shit out of my journalist friends, you know? I've seen Democrat politicians do this already. If you've been watching in LA, we watched it. Fascist mobs beat the shit out of journalists on the streets of LA, and the very next day, Karen Bass stood on a stage in front of an InfoWars podcast host and condemned the protesters and talked about banning masks at protests and committed to funding far-right security, former IDF soldiers, to patrol the streets of LA. If you have any question about whether the Democratic Party is savable, that was the answer of the Democratic Party in LA to that incident. Wake up. Wake up. Wake the fuck up. These people are not going to help us. You know? This weekend saw racist anti-migrant street violence across multiple British cities. While mainstream politicians denounce the violence in word, activists say they are equally to blame. The Tories made agitation against refugees and migrants central to their campaign. Even the Labour leadership promised to get tough on immigration, while spending months demonizing the Muslim community around Palestine. Does this sound familiar to anybody? Are you kidding me? This is literally exactly what we're going through. And why would we expect a different result here? Why? Beatings, stabbings, and arson attacks on hotels housing asylum seekers have occurred.
All windows are smashed out. All windows are gone.
The riots began after a stabbing attack that killed 3 young girls in the northern city of Southport. these are pogroms. Like it's people act as if we don't have fucking historical reference to this. This was like these pogroms happened in Russia. Like these pogroms, this is, we've done this before. We've gone through this. This is a part of fascism. This is a part of the rise of fascism. It's an integral part, actually. Like, yeah, these videos I don't really honestly want to show because they are very triggering, even for me, of just like gangs like attacking people of color on the streets. I don't, if they exist, if you want to see them, I don't want to fucking watch those on stream, personally. Oh, Annihilate. Oh man, that's, oof, that sucks. I don't know. I feel like it just comes from like a lack of like internationalism. And like, I don't, like, genuinely, I think people need to travel. And I'm not saying travel like makes you a better person. I don't think travel gives you wisdom on its own, but like, I do think it like opens your mind to like, people are just people. And like, what do you like? I don't know. That is really sad. Yeah, I've got all that coming too based. But here, this is a shop owner, a family of shop owners.
He's the owner of the business here. Part of the Syrian community.
Wait, can you hear that?
My name is Sam.
I can't hear it.
He's the owner of the business here. We are part of the Syrian community.
Quiet?
Maybe
it's just this interview. Maybe they fucked up the audio.
We came here about 5-6 years ago, and the Northern Ireland they opened their arms.
I'm scared to like turn it up.
It's a big thanks for them. Of course, we're not gonna take this incident as everybody else is here in Northern Ireland. We have a big shock. It's what happened really. We couldn't believe why and what is the reason. And
I still can't fucking hear it, dude.
He is the owner of the business here. We are part of the Syrian community. My name is Sam, and he is Abid. We came here about 5-6 years ago, and the Northern Ireland they opened their arms for us. It's a big thanks for them. Of course, we're not going to take this incident as everybody else is here in Northern Ireland. We have a big shock. It's what happened really. We couldn't believe why and what is the reason. And we've been peaceful here. We're working hard, trying to pay the tax, trying to contribute to the society. And what happens here, it's took us back to our where we come from the war zone in Syria, which we thought we came here, we're gonna be safe. But that straight away, when we saw this, is made us completely unsafe again. He's been working day and night, very hard to start the business. And after
wow, Kayla.
3 years, everything is gone in 2-3 hours.
I can see the extent of the damage behind you guys. It's awful. Is there anything left?
There's nothing left. You can go in and have a look. There's nothing left. Everything is gone.
Is there any chance of reopening?
He said definitely not, because his morale went down. He is feeling down, and all the money is gone. And he been borrowing money to start the business. Now he has to start again from zero. So he doesn't have the money. He doesn't have the support. He doesn't know what to do. But if he's gonna keep going like this, he maybe find somewhere more safer. If people here, they don't feel safe from us, okay, talk to us, tell us why you doing this. We are here trying to work hard. This is our home now. You know, if you don't feel safe from us, tell us why. We could work together, you know. Now we don't feel safe. But if you don't feel safe from us, tell us why, so we can work together. We won't allow this to happen again.
I knew that was gonna fucking happen, dude. Oh my god. I'm sorry, chat. That was such a good video. It was worth watching, but god damn it, dude. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Bro, why was it so quiet? Why was it so fucking quiet? Okay. Holy fuck. Ugh. We're back. Okay. This hasn't been just this hasn't to be fair, the UK has not taken this lying down. Anti-fascists across the entire country have risen up and been fighting back against this, protecting mosques and you know, protecting people, which is this is the only answer. I hate to tell you this. You know, I'm not here to advocate for violence, but this is the only way. The police will not save you. The police will not help you. This is the only way. Block up and protect your fucking neighbors. This is the only way. Fuck EDL. Fuck EDL.
Shame on you, you fucking.
This is a great one
Here,
too.
you're down
This is in Dublin.
from Coolock, are you? Well, you're down in the dock. Well, fuck off. You're not wanted here. Get the fuck back to Coolock. Get the fuck back to Coolock, you racist bastard. Get the fuck, you bastard. Shame on you, you fucking wanker. Get the fuck out of Dundalk. Get the fuck, you fascist bastards. You fucking West Brits. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get back to fucking Dublin. Fuck off back to Dublin.
What do you mean, like the LA riots? This is not like the LA riots at all.
Dublin! Fuck off back to Dublin! Nah, 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 nah! Fuck off! Fuck off back to Dublin! Nah, 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 nah! Nah, 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 nah! Fuck off back to Dublin! Fuck off back to Dublin! Nah, 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 nah!
No, it's not like that at all, dude. I mean, I don't even want to hear this.
Nah, 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 nah! Fuck off back to Dublin!
That is this is actually a really important point because you're talking about black people fighting against a system. Like, we just spent the entire last 2 hours covering Bangladesh. Do you think I give a fuck if people steal from the fucking prime minister? Do you think I give a fuck about what they are protesting for and the reasons behind it are incredibly important and relevant. These are racist mobs attacking people because of the color of their skin. Whereas you're talking about it like an anti-racist movement that is against police brutality. Like those are very, very inherently different things. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that, the Korean shop owners yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about. But you have to understand also that Koreans in LA wear shirts like roof Koreans and shit like that. And that is like an inherently racist. Like, if you see people openly owning that, you go away from those people. Like that there's so much racism built into that shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, why people are fighting is a really, really important reason. And this is based on absolute fascist fabrication. It's okay. I'm sorry if I came off a little hard. This is an important distinction to me. This is based on fascist fabrication, blowing up a horrific incident, but it was an entirely UK bred incident. The kid grew up in the UK his entire life, right? And they're going out in racist mobs to fight against immigrants. That is not the same as black people experiencing permanent occupation of their neighborhoods, being humiliated, not living in dignity because they've grown up watching their father be thrown against the wall and beaten. You know, like this is just like normal life under LAPD. Like permanent military occupation and humiliation is the default of what it was to be a black person in LA during that period. Okay? And so the appropriate anger of that was, you know, expressed in ways that, you know, obviously were harmful to the Korean shop owners there. But at the same time, like those Korean shop owners were like they were often really racist to their customers too. Like that racism didn't just start from that. That devaluation and dehumanization within the Korean shop owners did not just start during the riots. That was experiences of people, you know. Yeah, also like right, like that was an experience of people who were going out against people who had made their lives worse and like been racist. This is not the same. This is not the same.
Dublin, fuck off back there.
It's okay. I'm sorry if I came off hard. This is just something I really care about. And also like LA and the LA riots and police brutality is something I care about a lot, so I jumped on that a little bit hard, but I hope you understand better.
To Dublin, na 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 na. You fucking yellow belly.
Yeah, you're chilling. I do apologize. I jumped on you a little too hard. But yeah, look at this. 99% of you weren't outside for the Rodney King riots. Yeah, no. Most of the people in this chat were not born for the Rodney King riots. Not much has changed since then. We have cell phones now to capture more police brutality than back in is all. Yep. Dude, look at this. You were 5? Insomnia, what the fuck? Why weren't you out throwing your binky at the cops? Why weren't you throwing your bottle at the cops, dude? Take the sippy cup top off your bottle, fill it with gasoline. You know? Come on, bro.
I'm sorry. Live in North Liverpool. Here because I can't tolerate racial attacks by anybody, whether it's personal or in an organised group such as what we've confronted with here. I've dealt with a couple of racial attacks, personal ones, and got involved in it and separated people, and I'll do the same here. That's the only thing a responsible person should do.
And what have you felt the response has been like today from the counter-protesters?
I think it's been a good turnout. It's been very low-key on the opposite side, thank God, because the last thing we want is confrontation. But I think the sheer numbers here has probably scared a few of them off. There were a lot of people left early, from what I could see. They might have just been spectators, but all the better. The less people here, the better.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Harry. Thank you for
You're
being
welcome.
there.
Yes. These kind of voices need to be uplifted as well. Because there is a lot of people fighting against this shit. Hey, Cinemarxism, was your Viet Q movie out? I wanted to show my mom. It is not. We are currently submitting to festivals. We have a screening at the Viet Film Fest coming up in October. If you live in OC, definitely grab tickets. Come out, see me. See the film on a big screen at a festival. I showed the trailer to some Vietnamese house quarters today. Oh, cool. Hell yeah, Insomnia. Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, you should send them the website, which is like empathizerdoc.com, I believe. Yeah. Got a good little website here for it too, so explains the whole project and everything. Oh, you did? Hell yeah. Can you fly me out to watch it? No. No.
Now, we've been keeping an eye on events down there in Plymouth, two rival demonstrations in Plymouth city centre. Dan Whitehead is there. And Dan, what's the latest that's going on?
The tensions are just flaring up again. It had gone a little bit quieter, but as you can see here, in the last couple of minutes, the crowd on either side of these two separate protests has surged, and they've been throwing a lot of glass bottles over the sort of the central reservation of this main road in the centre of Plymouth, and that has caused these riot police officers to come in and push both sides of the crowd back. I mean, they're almost helped now because they've gone up further up the street, which has got a barrier between them. But at one point, I would say there are 60 or 70 or so from the campaign group that you're looking at, the group which is shouting, "Stop the boats, save our children," and saying that refugees are not welcome here. Those are some of the slogans. They had all climbed on top of this blue fence here and then were hurling glass bottles. A lot of them were thrown, and a few people, I think, got hit. They've now been pushed back, as you can see, to the Royal Parade bus stop there, and they've further separated them. But this is the tension where it sort of ebbs and flows. It gets a little bit quieter, and then there's suddenly a flashpoint, and both sides of these two groups who've been protesting now for over an hour flared up. The protesters you're looking at now, as I say, are that group.
This looks like a scene out of the apocalypse, Lamau. It is. It is.
Slightly smaller in number. I'd say there's still a good 200 or 300 or so of them who have come, we know, as well as Cornwall, as well as Devon here. And then on the other side of the road, we've got the Stand Up to Racism group, who have an anti-fascism group as well. And in their material advertising this protest, they said put balaclavas on, don't talk to police, but they have joined up with Stand Up to Racism here. The Stand Up to Racism group have actually kept well back in that main square where their protests were organised. They have not got involved in the violence which has erupted further up the street here in Plymouth. They're staying there. They are the largest in number, although it has gone down slightly now, but there's still clearly several hundred here. And really, since they came at 6 o'clock, both sides of these campaigns, these protests, have been separated by riot police vans, by riot officers.
It looks like a lot. I mean, it looks like more like counter protesters. The anti-fascist side looked bigger, right?
We condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend. Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online and then running away themselves. This is not protest. It is organised, violent thuggery, and it has no place on our streets or online. Right now, there are attacks happening on a hotel in Rotherham, marauding gangs intent on law-breaking, or worse, windows smashed, fire set ablaze, residents and staff in absolute fear. There is no justification, none, for taking this action, and all right-minded people should be condemning this sort of violence. People in this country have a right to be safe, and yet we've seen Muslim communities targeted, attacks on mosques, other minority communities singled out, Nazi salutes in the street, attacks on the police, wanton violence alongside racist rhetoric. So no, I won't shy away from calling it what it is, far-right thuggery. To those who feel targeted because of the colour of your skin or your faith, I know how frightening this must be. I want you to know that this violent mob do not represent our country, and we will bring them to justice. Our police deserve our support as they tackle any and all violent disorder that flares up. Whatever the apparent cause or motivation, we make no distinction. Crime is crime, and this government will tackle it. Thank you.
Okay, so I see a lot of people in chat kind of like praising that statement. I am a little bit less. I feel like you can't address it without like to me that is like it is interesting to listen to, because like I said before, in the US they would never call it far right thuggery. Like they would never call it far right. If this happened in the US, like the president saying that it's like a far right thing, I don't think would happen. I genuinely don't. Like if these were Zionist mobs especially, you wouldn't see that happening. If there were anti-migrant mobs, like, and they could like tie it to the Republican Party and get like a dunk on it, then yes. But I honestly think, like, why wouldn't they? Like, if you're the Labor Party is responsible in the same way, like we read before, you know, like they've been cramping, like, you know, just like the Democratic Party, they have adopted the rhetoric of the right-wing party, of the, you know, the Tories, like from like 10 years ago, you know, just in the exact same way that the Democrats have in America. So they hold responsibility in this too. But, you know, like you should be blaming Nigel for this. You should be saying this is a direct result of the rhetoric that has surrounded this, like, going on in the last, you know, 10 years. And that's what protest groups are saying. That's what leftist media outlets are saying. You know, like it's an important distinction to make. You have to tell people where this comes from and why it's happening. Just as often as you condemn it, I think you have to like paint the picture of where this is coming from and where it ends up. I think those are both really important things to announce. And I mean, also, like, you know, fuck you for like praising the cops. Like, the reporting that I've seen has all said that the police are doing very little to stop this shit from happening in the first place. So, Maple Takes, thank you so much for the raid, man. I hope you had a good stream. We are talking about the UK. Fascist political violence in the UK. Thank you so much for the raid, though. I appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. Follow. I'm a filmmaker. Do like political coverage, gaming, events with other streamers. You know, podcasts. Talk about leftist online culture and LA local politics a lot, and the rise of fascism and the escalation of political violence around the world. That's a lot of the stuff we talk about here. Yeah, hard for the cops to stop the mobs when they're in the mobs. Exactly. It's like, why isn't Bruce Wayne stopping Batman, right?
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Sunday condemned the violent anti-immigration riots that have gripped the UK after violent disorder swept across several cities fueled by misinformation about the murder of 3 young girls last week.
I utterly condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend. Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow.
False claims spread after the girl's murder that the suspect was a radical Muslim migrant. Police have said the suspect was born in Britain and are not treating it as a terrorist incident. However, protests have continued across the country, including in Liverpool, Bristol and Manchester on Saturday, resulting in arson, looting and injured police officers. On Sunday, hundreds of anti-immigration protesters gathered by a hotel near Rotherham, which Britain's Interior Minister said was housing asylum seekers. Protesters threw bricks at police and smashed hotel windows before setting a bin close to the hotel on fire. Police said one officer was knocked unconscious and others had suspected broken bones. The National Police Chiefs Council said nearly 150 people had been arrested since Saturday evening and more would follow in the coming days. The last time violent protests erupted across Britain was in 2011, when thousands of people took to the streets after police shot dead a black man in London. Starmer was the country's chief prosecutor at that time. Community leaders and families of the victims of the murders in Southport, near Liverpool, have criticised the unrest. A group of faith leaders in Liverpool said in a joint statement that, quote, "Too many people have sought to use the tragedy to create division and hate."
Hi, I'm really sorry, but I'm really upset. I'm really.
You don't need to be sorry
annoyed.
that you're upset. You're
At
allowed
the
to be
same
whatever you
time,
are. Yeah.
Do you know something? I just want to say something, and I am the most kindest person you could ever find. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I am enraged. I was born in this country. I am British. This is my country. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am Muslim. I am brown, and I am proud. And I cannot believe that people are trying to justify this disgusting behaviour with, oh, well, you know what, this and that. What is going on with our people? What is going on with our nation? Where are our morals left? For God's sake, I'm Muslim, yeah? My son is... I don't wear a headscarf, but you know we're Muslim by looking at us because we ain't got blonde hair, blue eyes. Sorry, everyone. But we're human beings. We pay our taxes. I'm a special needs teacher. I have a severely autistic son that's supposed to be going and getting a blood test done today. But because we're Muslim, we need to stay indoors.
Tell me about that, though.
We know
Seriously.
it's gonna happen.
Really?
I've had enough. All right, let me put it this way.
But
to you,
Aleph,
yeah?
seriously, hang on, wait. Your son was meant to get a blood test today and you really feel that you better not go. So, literally, you're too frightened to go. In Romford.
I haven't let my son go to school. Yes, do you know why?
Why?
Because this hasn't been going on for just a week. This has been going on for a very long time.
Yeah.
What sort of thing have you experienced in the Romford area that makes you feel you can't go get a blood test?
Yo, Carter, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Carter. Hope you guys had a good stream. This is great. I haven't seen this yet. This is so fucking good. Welcome in, Carter. We're talking about the UK rights. All right, in the UK are fucking doing pogroms.
I'll give you a prime example.
Please, yeah.
My great granddad was in the.
True Mood, thank you so much for the 300 bits. Gingerbread Fetus, thank you for the gifted, or for the sub for 4 months. Flunky, thank you for 5 months. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, everybody who's here before, go follow Carter. Carter's a great streamer, great friend. Carter refused to acknowledge that Mormon is an ethnicity.
Royal in the army, British Army. My.
Remember, what was a pogrom? A pogrom they were these racist attacks that happened across Europe and in Russia in like the early 1900s and into the rise of fascism in like the 30s in Germany, mostly against like Jewish people. They're historically like mostly against Jewish people, but I think like the tactics and the appearance here is exactly the same. Racist attacks on people and property. Yeah. Oh, bless me. Like, if you've heard of Kristallnacht, like that would be considered a pogrom. They were also mostly in Russia. Yeah, that's why I'm saying in Russia. But they also happened in Germany too. I think you would definitely classify what happened in Germany, similar to that.
My father was working for the Ministry of Defence. I am working as a special needs teacher. So do you get the pattern here, yeah? We're all serving our people, this country, because this is our country. We're English, yeah? We're British. I don't care what anyone says to us. Now, I never, ever got racism when I was growing up. But my children have had racism in Romford. My grandson has had racism and he's only 6 months old.
In the street or where? How?
Okay, one time, my daughter,
yeah,
she was in secondary school. She was 12 years old. One of the kids come up to her and said to her...
Don't say anything on the radio that we can't
say. No, I'm not going to say anything racist. Don't worry, I'm a special needs teacher. I know all about safeguarding. Okay. I'm just so angry, my love. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'm not going to swear.
Good.
The girl comes up to her and says to her, your parents must really hate you because they washed you in a dirty lake and that's why you're always dirty and brown.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay?
Yes, I hope the school dealt with it. Did the school deal with it?
No.
Why not?
They didn't. They said kids will be kids. My son was stopped for a random spot check by the police because he looks like a terrorist in their eyes because He's 16, but he looks like he's 20. He's tall. He's got brown skin. He's got a lot of facial hair. Sorry, this is our makeup. This is our genetics. But it doesn't mean we're monsters. Secondly...
So hang on just one second, Alif, because I'm going to have to stop to go to the news headlines any minute. And I really don't want to, because I would really like to talk to you much more about this. Do you see, when you look at the rioting and the rioters, all of it, or, you know, kind of in conjunction with all the different places in the country, all the different attacks on a library, a food bank, a hotel, whatever it is, do you see pure and simple racism, bigotry and hatred, or do you see thuggery, criminality, you know, people who wish to influence other people? What do you see?
Right, this is what I see. I see an organisation that is trying to stir hatred and anger in the country, because at the moment...
Well, hang on, wait, which organisation? Who do you mean? Who?
I'm not going to say any names because there's too many of them. Whoever doesn't want immigration and whoever thinks that all Muslims are terrorists, those kind of mentality people. You can't put them in one basket. You can't say they're this group or they're that group. It's about that individual. It's about the lack of education they've had, the upbringing they've had.
What did you think might happen if you took your son for the blood test that he needed today in Romford?
Okay, I'll tell you what would happen.
What would happen?
Our NHS is already crumbling, and because these very immature, uneducated people have done this, my son is severely autistic. Right. So I will have to take my son to Queen's Hospital. And because they are so busy and inundated, my son won't get a SEN nurse. So my son will have a few full-blown panic attack, start self-harming, and then he will have to be restrained by 2 doctors for a blood test. But now, if these so-called people cared about their country and their people so much, they wouldn't put the burden that they have on their people and their country. We're already on our knees. We're already trying to rebuild our country. So
it's an absolutely devastating call, and I don't know if you heard, Alev, I don't know if you heard me yesterday. I was in Carol Vorderman's slot yesterday, and a Muslim caller, talked about the sheer number of his grandpa's grandchildren in this country who are doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and he talked about the number of patients that and dentists as well, that his family have looked after and served. It's a very similar call and a very similar kernel of content to the call from you, and I'm devastated that you are so distressed today and devastated that your son hasn't had the blood test that he needs.
I'd just like to start by...
Wait, is this lady being racist? What? No? What do you mean? I think that was, she was listening. The lady on the phone was Muslim, and the lady that was interviewing her was just asking questions. I don't think I think that was a good interview, and that perspective is very, very cherished on this platform, at least. Okay, there's Good Morning Britain, but I wanted to. So this is this looked insane. This looked like the right wing, in my opinion.
To Rakib Assad, political commentator, of course, as well. Rakib, very good morning to you.
Morning, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. I mean, a pretty nasty weekend we've all been able to witness. There's no real suggestion that it's going to stop anytime soon. I mean, we're hearing there's a Cobra meeting going on.
You thought she'd push back? I don't know. Maybe. I didn't know. I don't feel like she was pushing back. I feel like she was just trying. She was asking questions to get to the heart of the issue and to she's just being a journalist. And for the radio, you can't just let people you want to direct. She's directing, doing an interview. I don't know. I didn't see that, but maybe you guys see something I don't. Her perspective was white. That's about it. Yeah, yeah, that's what I felt. Pyramid, but I don't know. Maybe you guys are probably right.
On today,
if you're seeing something I'm not, it's probably because I'm white.
The recall of Parliament, which you might say this is serious enough to do, isn't it?
No, I'd say so, Mike. These are the nationwide disorders that we've experienced as a country since the 2011 August riots. Yeah. So I think that Parliament being recalled, I think that's a solid suggestion. I think that needs to happen because this is very much...
Prodigy. I'm so glad you found that. Can we bring this more? Can we have this copy pasta more? It's still my very favorite message I've ever gotten in chat. It was awesome.
a national crisis.
Yeah.
What's that from? Somebody put this in chat. It was their only message. It was their only message. They put this in. They put this in chat after my UCLA. I gained like 5,000 followers after the UCLA thing. You know. And so somebody put that in here, and I was like, that is my favorite message I've ever seen. So who has the clip? How I reacted? Where's the clip? It's so good.
Terrible week.
Good question from the chatter. I did answer it. I did. I had my joke moment, but then I was like, yeah, like my whiteness is why I feel like I have to do this. I am protected in ways other people aren't. People listen to me because of my whiteness. Like, that's why I want to do the things I do. That's why I yell at fucking cops. Like, you know I can yell at cops and make them feel less safe, you know, like, and they can't do shit about it because I'm white, you know? Here's the clip. One thing to another. They build from one thing to another. Okay, here. Hi, I'm new here at Cinemarxism. How do you feel about yourself as a white dude? Watched your stream last night and it was cool, but also yikes. Lol. I know. Fucking it's so yikes that I'm white. Please forgive me. Forgive me, please. Please. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Do you forgive me or what? Imagine being white, bro. What kind of question was that? I don't know if that's what they meant. What do you mean? What am I supposed to... How do I feel about being white?
For England, more generally, and it started with those horrific...
Wait, you're not going to say I'm not white? I'm actually Polish or Italian? No, because I have no connection to that. Because I am white. I'd hate to be white personally. Well, I don't know. It has its benefits. I don't know. Also, how would I know? I have no. This is all I got. Are you gonna keep being white? Yes. Yeah, I am.
Child killings in Southport, and
I'm British, brother. I'm British. My fucking ancestry is British. Look at me.
Just a week ago, and then the disorders flowing from that in various parts of the country really show that...
Are you at least gay? Yes.
It's not well at all.
Yes, I'm bi.
In England, and at times even maybe I've been guilty of it in terms of romanticizing our country from a social cohesion perspective, even though I think that I've also warned that these kind of rights were a very real possibility. I made these warnings for years, to be honest, because I always felt like the sort of, you know, the lack of political trust, the level of immigration, both legal but also illegal immigration with the small boats emergency on the English south coast. I just felt that this was brewing, and unfortunately it's arrived.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. There's a good piece of the Times today, which I've mentioned a bit earlier in the show, written by Aris Roussinos. I'm not sure who he is, but apparently he wrote it for Unheard.com. But he talks about how Britain sort of changed as a nation under Blair and Brown, and how they sort of deliberately wanted to turn Britain into a specifically multi-ethnic rather than a multi-racial society, derived from their sort of brief enthusiasm for globalisation. And he says ethnic identities, of which being British was framed as one among many, were to be embraced within the parameters of the newly multicultural state, and immigrations were lifted to achieve this goal. Paradoxically, Tony Blair now says that was all a bit of a mistake.
Well, it was a huge error, wasn't it? I think that's pretty safe to say. And I think that this idea of creating a sort of multicultural identitarian state, where you have racial and religious identity politics increasing within ethnic minority communities. I've always warned against that. Firstly, because I think that is deeply illiberal, and I ultimately support a solid, civic, inclusive British national identity in order to bind that diversity together. But the real worry was always that there would be a counter development of a racial identity politics within the white British majority. And Mike, I have to say that over the past week, if you take Southport, for example, that was being framed by people, by some people, in racial terms.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very worrying development. So you can see that with this, the hair riots, the protests.
Again, the same shit happens in America all the time. Lake and Riley, we talked about before. Like, this is going to happen in America. This is going to happen in America on a mass scale. Like, that's the only logical result of Trump's, his hateful rhetoric around, like, every migrant being a rapist and a murderer and a psychopath just released from an asylum and shit. Like, this dehumanizing rhetoric only results in shit like this. It's going to happen in America.
Following.
So the question is really, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? That's what we need to ask ourselves.
The airport incident, they had a decidedly tribal character. And now I think what we're seeing is that the response...
Here, hold on. Skeptizi, I can see it happening in the South or parts of the Midwest, but not anywhere else. Do you know this is already happening? On different lines, certainly, but there are, like, far-right violence is already alive and well in LA. Like, you don't remember that the UCLA encampment was, like, attacked with explosives and bear mace, and, like, a fascist mob was beating the shit out of, like, students? That happened in LA. And then even more recently, there was a protest outside of a synagogue where they were selling West Bank Palestinian land, illegal land. They were having an auction of illegal land, and Palestinians came out to protest, and far-right mobs came out and beat the shit out of people. And the cops stood by. Like, it's already happening. It will definitely happen here. It will definitely happen here. I think people forget that these far-right elements exist everywhere. If that happened during the day on the streets, it wouldn't last.
Up security at synagogues across the city. This after yesterday's violent clashes outside a Pico Robertson synagogue. Eyewitness News reporter Monica de Anda
This is broad daylight.
Joins us live from Pico Robertson with the latest. Monica.
Look.
Police now investigating 2 reported batteries and say 1 person was arrested for possession of a prohibited item, a spiked flag. A much quieter
Very like Zionist mobs came and beat the shit out of protesters, and every single Democrat from Joe Biden to Karen Bass lined up to defend the fascist mobs, to condemn the protesters. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, I don't know. Like, my friends were beaten at this. People that I do my protest coverage alongside, people that I trust, that are reporters that report on protests like I do, were beaten. Like, if I was there, I would have been targeted too. You know, like, this is a very real thing in LA. That's all I want to say, is that, like, these kind of right-wing elements exist everywhere. They exist in Michigan. They exist in, like, Chicago. They exist in rural Illinois. Like, they exist in California. They exist in Portland. Like, in Washington. Like, I would not be so sure that this is only going to happen in red states. I would not at all. I don't think that's the truth. Because, and again, like, we're basing it off because it's already happening. The escalation of violence and the street battles between right-wing elements and left-wing elements is already happening on the streets of LA. And guess how many arrests have been made of the right-wing elements? One. For a misdemeanor. One arrest of mob violence. One person has been arrested. Like,
to the Southport child killings, that's also taking on a decidedly tribal character. And that's a very important and a very worrying development in terms of race relations.
And people saw during the Hare Hills riots in Leeds and during those disturbances in Rochdale because of what happened at Manchester Airport, they saw the police again operating very differently to the way they're operating right now. And
yeah, the media defended it.
Groups, gangs of young Asian men, Muslims we believe, coming out to sort of fight white people and looking for white people and going around, you know, being violent towards them. But again, nothing from Keir Starmer on that.
Well, I thought that the Prime...
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, huh?
Manchester Airport, they saw the police again operating very differently to the way they're operating right now. And also we saw in Bolton yesterday, groups, gangs of young Asian men, Muslims we believe.
Long live Muslims we believe? He's firing now. Thank you so much for the 4 months, buddy.
60L.
Muslims we believe. So you're in the middle of this. As you're talking about this, you're doing the thing that causes it. Like, you're doing the thing. Right now, you're doing the thing. You're doing the fascism. Under King Henry. I mean, like, I'm talking 10, maybe like over under 10 months or weeks is what we should be talking about. Under, yeah, 10 days. Yeah, that's right. Being is where I'm at too. Like, yeah, I think over under 10 weeks might be interesting.
Coming out to sort of fight.
No, for real. I think this spreads. I think this spreads. I think people in America see this. Also, like, did you guys like the amount of the way that the disinformation just like trans panic took over the internet with Imam Khalif recently? Like, this shit could spark in an instant. This shit could spark in an instant. It's like one story that they take and blow up into a billion, you know. They could take anything and blow it up at any moment. Like, we're at a very scary point in American history. You know? It's Elon. Yeah, it is.
White people and going around, you know, being violent towards them. But again, nothing.
It's a powder keg.
Starmer on that.
Well,
it really is.
I thought that the Prime Minister is absolutely right to call out and say that far-right thuggery within these aren't protests, these are violent riots that we're referring to.
Yeah.
That needs to, that's kind of criminal behaviour needs to meet the full force of the law. But I think with
also, like, it's insane that we have been covering like really important, having like really critically important conversations, in my opinion, around all of this happening, and I haven't even gotten the chance over the last week to cover fucking Iran and Israel, like World War III being like fucking imminent. Has Iran attacked Israel yet? I feel like we've been told for the last like 4 days that it's tonight. It's tonight. We still have nothing, right? It's so fucking. It's just the world is horrifying right now. It's really scary.
These last two interventions, he struck the wrong tone.
Yes.
And I think
it will be next weekend at the earliest. Who told you that? I literally every day for the last 3 days, I've heard it could be today. It could be today. It could be today. Bleak is in the IRGC. The immigrants are criminals came to kill you narrative is now being believed by enough Americans now for something like this to be happening. Yeah, that's what I said. Trump has run on this exact narrative for 8 years. For 8 years, Trump has run on this narrative. Like, you don't, like, the Trumpers are they believe this wholeheartedly. They blame all their problems on immigration in the exact way. And the way that they're dehumanizing is really severe. And the Democrats are playing into it too. Joe Biden held up a Lincoln Riley and called people illegal aliens at his State of the Union. Do you guys remember that? We have long enough memories that we can remember that, at least, right? Like, Joe Biden gave credence to the exact kind of racist like story, you know, the exact thing that caused this. Joe Biden gave credence to at the State of the Union and then called people illegal aliens. You know, like that's not okay. This is that rhetoric causes this. It's a direct thing. And so if the Democrats are doing it, of course we're going to get this. Of course we're going to get this. And it looks like Kamala's not going to be any better.
Actually,
of course not.
Through the speeches, he has risked consolidating those views that there is two-tier governance in modern Britain. And I think in a society as ethnically, racially and religiously diverse as ours, you cannot have two-tier governance. It's a fundamental threat to social...
Streamer, have you considered America is just fucked? Yeah, I came to terms with that a while ago. But I don't know. What does that mean for us? I'm just saying, get your passports, chat. Get your passports. Especially if you're, you know, trans or Muslim or to go where, you'll find it out. You'll figure it out. You can make it work anywhere. You can make it work. It's better than not having it. It's better than not having it. If you need it and you don't have it, you're going to wish you did. Just get it now. Worst case scenario, you can go on a trip. You can just go on a trip somewhere. Go travel. Everything is fine. Oh no, I get to go travel now. I can leave the country. What's the worst that what do you mean? Best case scenario, you know, if fascism is on the rise everywhere, where do you expect people to go? I mean, what do you mean? Mexico just elected a Jewish socialist. It's right there. For example, I mean, Vietnam is right there. Yeah, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah. I've lived outside of the United States in my lifetime. This is not hypothetical for me. I feel like you can live outside of the United States. The United States is not the entire world, guys. Like, come on. I don't have the money to move. Listen. I'm just saying. You will figure it out.
And public security in itself. And I think that
a part of figuring that out is getting your passport.
What we need to do, we need to see how our law enforcement agencies work. It has to be very clear that no group in British society can be the beneficiary of preferential treatment when it comes to matters of law and order. And I think crucially, we need to have a very serious discussion in terms of the kind of direction the country takes, especially when it comes to very sensitive matters of immigration, integration and identity.
Yes, but again, that piece of the Times talks about how the reason part of this resentment has built up over time by many people who consider themselves to be white working class is because none of these issues have been talked about. None of these problems have been discussed. None of these problems have even been named, you know. He talks about how, you know...
A part of figuring out a plan is subscribing to avoid the top of the hour ad break. It's true. It's true. It is the top of the hour. In the ad break, I will run it so that we get reset. It's true. Do you guys know what kind of ads they're showing people on this platform? Showing people military ads. Somebody could be watching. Somebody could be in the chat right now. Unsubbed. Watch an ad. Join the military. Die. By subbing, you can save an entire life. By gifting a sub, like King Henry, 10 whole lives were saved just now. Just now. Thank you, King Henry, for the 10 gifted. You fucking rule, bruh. Ads running. My king. Yes, we all bow to the king.
Referred to
the king,
as opposed to what they actually are. You know, communities get referred to as communities as opposed to what they actually are. You know, there's been this kind of willful misdirection, if you like, by a lot of people, you know, in the liberal kind of left area of politics and by politicians and in some ways by parts of the media as well.
No, absolutely, and I think that along with that misdirection, there have been plenty of broken promises as well. And I have to say that the last Conservative government specialised in broken promises, especially when it came to matters of immigration and asylum. The Conservative Party, manifesto after manifesto, the party pledged to reduce levels of immigration. We're left with unprecedented levels of immigration under the last government. There was also this pledge to stop the boats. The small boats emergency on the English south coast is ongoing. And I think the point I'd make is that if you have major political parties continuing to make promises, especially in their manifestos, and those promises are broken, and that there's a huge gap between the rhetoric and policy delivery, then that's going to undermine public confidence in the liberal democratic system. And I have to say, when you have those rock bottom levels of political trust, that is not ideal at all from a public security perspective, and we're seeing that now.
Yeah, so how do you see this all ending, and when does it end?
Well, I'd like it to end as soon as possible, like the vast majority of the country. I suspect. I think that the worry is that I feel that our police forces, many of them, are severely under-resourced. You've seen, Mike, that there's been the gutting of neighbourhood policing. You're talking there with your last guest. Where
Thinking of that meme. At least our schools don't look like a Call of Duty game. At least our schools don't look like a Call of Duty lobby.
It's been the de facto decriminalisation of many crimes because of that gutting of neighbourhood policing, and I think that it was a very bad message.
Drives me crazy to see dogs and horses there. They don't really bring out dogs in America to protest like that anymore. I think the civil rights movement kind of ruined that for them. But horses, like, you'll definitely see horses during the DNC. 100%. Chicago loves using horses for some reason.
The new government sent when it talked about releasing prisoners prematurely to free up space in the criminal justice in the prison estate, and I think that what we really need to talk about here is that we have to have those systems, whether it's policing, criminal justice, they need to be very well resourced and well funded. And I think that critically, I think that in terms of what we've seen.
By the way, if you guys don't know, I'm gonna be at the DNC. Going to the DNC with Grimlow. We're gonna be doing a lot of joint content together, keeping each other safe and documenting the shit on the ground at the DNC in Chicago. I lived in Chicago for 6 years. I became like an activist. I became the person I am politically in Chicago. Chicago taught me everything I know. I became an abolitionist in Chicago. So it's going to be a really beautiful homecoming that I'm really excited to share with you. But also, I have a deep knowledge of how Chicago PD works after spending hundreds of hours on the streets protesting in Chicago. And I know those streets like the back of my hand. It's going to be really fun. I'm really excited. I hope you guys enjoy the content. We're still trying to like work out and like figure out like what. But do you know the bushes? I do, yeah. We'll keep each other safe. And there's a train. Dude, Grimlow told me he's never been on a train before. You been back at all? Yeah. I've been back like a few times. Although it's been like 3 or 4 years now. I know. And I was like, what? Oh my God, I can't wait. We got to do that on stream. So we're going to do like Grimlow's first train stream. Because we're going to be obviously using the CTA a lot. He lives in Louisiana, brother. Where would he go on a train? Where would he be on a train? Yeah, I know. I like the L a lot, and we're taking him on the Brown Line loop. It's the best. True. Do you think you could send Hassan that fundraiser I was talking about the other day? I mean, you should just boost it in chat. I don't know. I feel like I don't. Valerie, you gotta understand. I'm not really close with this. Like, we're not friends or anything. I'm just a fan, bro. Yeah, link it. I mean, also maybe like reach out to Hoscord. Maybe Fizz would be a good person to reach out to about that, you know? I don't know. Have you reached out to... I can put you in touch with Fizz, Valerie. Yeah. Fizz would be a good person to talk to. But also, I think you're right. Just like reach out to like people like Grimlow. I think I saw you in Grimlow's chat today. You know, those are good. You can drop the link in here too. There's a Haas Twitter is trying to fundraise to bring a bunch of people from the Hasanabe community to DNC. So if you guys can spare it, you can donate to that and help to get some more activists out there. Oh, there you go, JJ. Yeah, Valerie, listen to JJ. Do you have any tips for first time protesting? Be water. You don't have to like stand in one spot. You can always move, and if it feels unsafe, then like leave. Move to a different area, you know what I mean? Don't talk to cops, don't talk to counter protesters, don't engage with counter protesters. Ignore them and use sunscreen and have water. Yeah. Most protests aren't insane, you know. But you talk to cops, Brett? Well, yeah, do as I say. Now, also, that's Brad. You can yell at cops if you're white. No, well, do as I say, not as I do. Like I said, don't get in trouble. Yeah, the best rule is don't talk to cops. Just don't talk to cops. You know? Yeah, here you go. So here's the Venmo if you want to donate. I was in touch with the same group that did this for the DC, like there's a big DC red line protest. And they brought a bunch of people out there, and I was trying to like do something with them on stream to kind of like commemorate that, but they didn't record. I asked them all to like record a video, a selfie video, you know, explaining their experience, but none of them did it. Anyway, let's move on from this shit. There's a new video by Bianca Growlout, who publishes like once every 6 months. But we just watched her last video, we watched one of her videos recently about Bukele's war on gangs. You remember that one we watched the other night about El Salvador? So she just released a new one about Oaxaca, which is really cool.
This is definitely
because I've been to Oaxaca. I really, really loved Oaxaca. So I'm interested to hear about this, but we'll move away from the UK for right now. I think that was really good coverage. I hope you guys appreciated it. If you have any other questions, we can, continue talking about it another night, maybe.
Not how I wanted to tell you this story. This was supposed to be like my other edited videos with drone shots, music, and interviews so you could hear directly from the people I talked to. But now I'm legally not allowed to show you that video. Why not? Well, I was originally working on this story in collaboration with a big media company, and everything was going great until about a month ago, when I was called into a meeting and one of the directors of the project I was collaborating with told me I had to remove the name of a hotel chain from the story, because that hotel chain is a client of the media company. They went on to try to convince me to publish the story without the name of the hotel. And to me, this was a classic example of censorship to protect the economic interests of two private companies. The name of that hotel company was in the story for journalistic reasons, and now they were telling me I had to remove it or the story would not get published. Think about what that means for me as an independent reporter. I quit my job with corporate media precisely so I didn't have to answer to the money interests of corporations. And here I was being told what I could or could not say so I didn't affect the business relations of a company. And I cannot accept that. And this is not the easy route, because by talking about this, I'm going against the wishes of a very powerful media company. And I cannot put into words the stress and anxiety I've been going through in the last couple of months while dealing with this. It also breaks my heart because I believe it is such a good story and an important story. And so much hard work went into getting the interviews, researching the topic, and editing the video. But I do not own the rights to that video, so I can't post it. However,
Ew.
I do own my journalism, and I have
That
a right
sucks.
to free speech. So I will now tell you what they told me I couldn't report. Let's start at the beginning. Enemas Media invited me to collaborate on a story. You might not recognize the brand Enemas Media, but you do recognize Televisa, which recently merged with Univision. Enemas Media is a new Televisa Univision project geared towards younger generations. We agreed to work on a story about inequality in the tourism industry in Oaxaca, Mexico. I wanted to look into the following question. Does the current tourism model in Oaxaca lead to deeper inequality? I'm interested in this because I'm from Puerto Rico. In countries like my own, the government wants to increase tourism with the promise of economic development. My question is, who benefits from that economic development? Because it is one thing to say more money comes in thanks to tourism, but how is it distributed? And what basic resources do locals have to sacrifice in the process? So I wanted to look at Oaxaca because a significant part of that state's economy depends on tourism, and I wanted to see how it has played out there. If I could show you the images we recorded, you would see colorful colonial architecture, beautiful beaches, and lots of tourists. Imagine local vendors selling clothes and souvenirs on the streets, lots of restaurants, hotels, and apartments that have been turned into short-term rentals. But if you look at the walls in Oaxaca, you see the sentiment of the people who are not happy with the increase in tourism. We found graffiti that said things like "Gringo go home." We found a sticker that said "Excess of gringos." Here's a picture I took. As I'll explain later in this video, some of the
Oh no. I was a gringo in Oaxaca. I really liked it though. I bought art and stuff. Hey, look, this is from Oaxaca.
discontent with the increase in tourism comes from people who believe the current model allows a few to profit off the land while most struggle without the basics. And it is a risky trade-off to give up basic resources like land and water in exchange for the promise of jobs. So in this video, I'm going to explore that question of whether tourism leads to deeper inequality. But I'm also going to tell you about an indigenous community we visited that has a different model. They've decided they will not give up the land that feeds them and the forests that give them water in exchange for profit. So back to the discontent. There was a protest at the beginning of the year. Oaxaqueños marched on the street and they said things like, Oaxaca is not merchandise.
Oaxaca no es mercancía.
It is not for your consumption. The march was meant to protest gentrification in the city. Now, I talked about gentrification before. It is when people with higher buying power move into a place, prices go up, and locals get pushed out. Rent in the center of the city of Oaxaca has more than doubled in the last 5 years. According to numbers from the state, the average rent used to be the current equivalent of about $440. Now it's almost $1,000.
Wow.
That has forced some locals to have to move
Jesus.
further out away from the popular city center. The protest that happened in January expressed outrage over this, and it ended with police arresting 6 activists. The governor of Oaxaca responded by calling the protests racist. In a press conference, the state government showed videos of protesters breaking the glass windows of some businesses in the city center. They also showed images of the graffiti protesters wrote, like this one that said, "Yes to migrants, no to gringos." The governor said, "I don't know if this is a social cost against white people, against foreigners, but," he said, "racism is reprehensible," and he mentioned Hitler as an example. I interviewed one of the activists who participated in the protest. Their name is
chill
Andrea.
out.
They responded to the governor's remarks by saying that political leaders are pretending to not understand what this is really about. Andrea told me the march was not a rejection of all visitors and foreigners, but instead a rejection of a kind of tourism that doesn't serve locals. They said, quote, "Traveling is not the problem. problem. The problem is that travel has become a product that's being sold, and it is not being determined by the people, by those who were the original owners of the land. Andrea says the problem is touristification. Now let's talk about that term, because it refers to a place becoming an object of tourist consumption. And as a consequence, the needs of tourists become a priority over those of the local population. In Oaxaca, there's a very clear example of that when it comes to water. When I visited Andrea, they opened the faucet to show me there was no water coming out. That's because it hasn't been raining as much as previous years in Mexico, so reservoirs are...
Yeah, I think there is like ethical tourism and non-ethical tourism, by the way, also. You know, like moving, like when people travel and they only go to resorts and they never leave the resort, and all of their money is like they go to a country and all of the money just goes directly to the resort because they never leave the premises of that. Like that's unethical tourism, and that's like going to cause the things that you're talking about here. And it's really common in like Puerto Rico and, you know, Jamaica and a lot of places in the Caribbean, especially. You know, like when you travel somewhere, you should like, you know, stay at like locally owned places. You know what I mean? Like you should stay and also like just like be a part, like live as a local would, you know? Even Haiti has resorts. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't know. I just like go to like markets and like, you know, buy stuff from like local stores. Be courteous is yeah, that's obvious, you know. Like, but even more so, it's just like, where does your money? Is your money like actually going to the people in that region, or is it going to like a massive corporation that you're paying to be in there? You know what I mean? To be in that region. Like, these are very different things. And I don't know. As somebody who's traveled a lot, maybe I am resistant to this like rhetoric, and I understand what is going on, but I think there's like an ethical way. There's an ethical way to travel. You know what I mean? Took your advice, went to the local stock market and bought oil stocks. When did I give that advice? Like, what are you talking about?
Are running low. To conserve what's left, the state was only letting water flow through the pipes once every 20 to 39 days. Let me say that again. When I visited Oaxaca, people were going 20 to almost 40 days without running water. And these are the images I regret not being able to show you because what we recorded really gives you an idea.
This is something so fucking important to me as someone from Central America. Gentrification is erasing communities in basically all coasts. And a staggering amount of local hotels and shops are being owned by gringos and European people. Crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Cucamonga, if you have advice for people who like want to travel and want to experience like Latin American and Central American cultures, you know, I definitely want to travel there more. Like where, you know, what are the ethical ways to do that? I think that's a really interesting conversation.
Idea
Maybe
of
it's something
how
I
hard
could
it is to live with.
maybe it's something I could like explore more on a trip somewhere, you know, sometime.
Without such a crucial resource like water. When Andrea does have access to water, they try to not waste a single drop. So I'll describe to you everything they do. They recycle water to get multiple uses out of it. They have a big bucket in the sink so that when they wash the dishes, they can collect that used water and it doesn't go down the drain. Instead, they take that water, strain it so that they could use it again for the toilet. But most of the time, they don't even flush the toilet. Instead, they poop in a dry bucket to avoid wasting water. Also, Andrea doesn't shower with running water. Instead, they accumulate water in a large container and then they use a small bowl to pour water over them to use as little water as possible. But if they're completely out of water, showering is not even an option.
Yo, Speed Racer, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Fuck all that shit. Just travel. Make sure you're taking advantage of the local population is the only thing you can do. Buy local crafts. Go to local restaurants. I mean, I agree with what you're saying in general, but I do think people should be careful about it. And like, to be honest, most tourists don't. Most tourists don't put in the effort of like finding, you know, places that they want to go that are local. You know, like, I don't know. I think I know I don't travel that way, but I do know that like a lot of people that I know that do travel, when I try to give, like if they're going to like Ho Chi Minh or like to like Saigon, and I try to give them like recommendations on places to go, I feel like most of the time they're like, oh, we already have a tour booked, and they're not looking for like local spots, you know. Whereas for me, like, I want to be as close to like to like people. I travel for people. I travel for friends. I travel for like regular folks. And to be honest, like every single place I've ever traveled to, people are incredibly friendly. Like in general, people are curious. They're friendly. They want to like talk to you. They want to share their culture with you. Like in general, when you're traveling, like people are happy to appreciate their, you know, and to like show you cool stuff, you know, other than the States. Yeah, yeah. Other than the States, like people want to show you the cool stuff that they love about that they're proud of about their culture. They really do. They want to show you that. And if you ask, like, you know, like I genuinely, when I get into it, if I go to a country and I get into a taxi, like I'm that guy, but only when I'm traveling. Like in LA, I don't do this. I don't talk to taxi or like Uber drivers. I prefer to be in silence. But when I'm traveling, I want to talk to the taxi driver and just be like, yeah, like what's it like here, and like what do you like to do? And like actually there's a crazy story from Oaxaca. Okay, so Becca and I went to Oaxaca in like 2022 for my birthday, and we were there like with a friend of ours, and we went to this we went to this market that had like birria. It was like famous for its birria. And so we drove. It was like a 45-minute taxi drive outside of Oaxaca to go to this 2022 to go to this like birria like market that's only on Sundays, and it's just like this giant like market, you know. So we walked around. We took a taxi there, and in the taxi there, like I'm trying to practice my Spanish and shit, and I'm just like chatting up with the taxi driver. And I told him, I was like, oh yeah, we really want to go to a luchador fight tonight. Like we saw posters of a luchador fight tonight. And the guy was like, yo, you like luchadors? Like he was so stoked. Like literally as he's driving us in the taxi, he calls a luchador that's performing that night at the event that we wanted to go to. And the guy like puts on his mask and like video calls us, and he just passes me the phone. And he's like, the luchador like gives us this like speech about why we should go and shit. And it was just like, yeah, like this is perfect. Like that's what I mean. Like people want to share their experiences with you. And then we went to the luchador fight. It was like the coolest thing I've ever experienced. You know, it was like so sick. This like underground luchador thing with, it was like, but like so incredibly skillful and like amazing. Was really appreciating the culture. And the like after the event, we're all just like sitting there being like, holy fuck, that was such a good show. And the taxi driver comes up to me, you know? And so like I'm just like, yo, what's up, man? Like, you know, like the taxi driver came too, and like he was there, and he you know, gave me a shot of mezcal and shit, like, and we were just chilling. Like that's the kind of experiences that I like, that's why I travel. You know what I mean? Is to like meet people, to like appreciate what they appreciate, and to like have fun in the ways that they have fun, you know. But I think a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people travel to escape and like relax. They don't want like difficult travel. They want easy, everything is taken care of. They don't have to worry about anything. You know what I mean? And like I'm gonna be real, like the way that I travel, we have more headaches. We have more moments where we're like, this fucking we fucked up a part of this, and like, you know, now we gotta find a new way to get around, and like it doesn't always work out the way that you plan. It's not always great. You know what I mean? But like when I travel, that's the kind of shit I want to be doing. I want to be doing hard travel that's like not easy. And you know, I worked for like a travel and food YouTube channel for like 2.5 years, so I have a lot of experience like being in places like that. Yeah, it's so worth it though, right, Becca? Yeah. It's not comfy. Like the way I travel is not comfy, but it's incredible, right? Like, I don't know. It'd be cool. Also, we're not here on that part of the stream yet, okay? In like a year and a half or whatever, I'm gonna do, when I say fuck everything, and this becomes like a Jake and Bake travel channel, IRL channel, then we can have all these conversations, and you will become very familiar. When I say fuck everything, and this becomes a travel Twitch channel, then you guys will all know.
So they use wet wipes instead. And here's what they mean when they say the needs of tourists become prioritized. While I was in Oaxaca, I didn't need to do any of that. I was staying only a few miles away from Andrea, but at the hotel I had running water the entire time, and no one told me there was a limit to my water use because of the drought. So why did the hotel I was staying at have water while Andrea didn't? Because there's another way to access water in Oaxaca, by paying for it. People can buy what they call in Mexico a pipa, or a tank full of water, because during droughts, private companies extract water from aquifers in the outskirts of the city and sell it to the people in Oaxaca. But as the demand for water goes up, so does the price of the water, so these pipas have been getting more expensive. One tank lasts the average consumer about a month. And when I was in Oaxaca, companies were selling one tank of water for the equivalent of approximately $75 US. Now, if you live in the US, $75 for the month might not sound like a lot.
No, what do you mean, dude? A $75 a month new expense would be a lot for me. That would be hard.
Because if you make the federal minimum wage in the US, you'd have to work about 10 hours to make that much money. But listen to this. If you live in Mexico and you're making the minimum wage there, you'd have to work more than 5 full days to earn enough money to buy one tank of water. The way Andrea, the activist, puts it, if you don't have the money, you're screwed.
Sadiq, where do you live? That's crazy.
But even if you can't afford it, aquifers also run low when it hasn't been raining, so there's not enough water for everyone. Someone like Andrea is competing with hotels in Oaxaca for
water.
access to that
For water for 1 month.
water, and the pipa companies choose who they want to sell to. While we were in the city center, we saw a truck bringing water to the same hotel twice in one day. The truck was twice as big as the ones that deliver to residences. And we spoke to the driver. He told me he mostly delivers to hotels because they're more frequent clients. They order
in Virginia, and you pay the same, you pay $35 a month for sewage? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's really expensive, guys. I don't know why. That seems crazy to me.
water more often. The driver said when the wells are low, the orders get backed up and they just have to wait for the aquifers to fill up again. So again, even if you have the money on hand, you would have to wait to get access to water. The situation got so critical in March that according to local media, a hospital in Oaxaca had to suspend services and a school had to send students home because they ran out of water. But if you go to Oaxaca on vacation, you might not even notice there's a water shortage. That's why Andrea and other activists have a saying that goes, no es sequía, es saqueo. Or it's not a drought, it's pillaging. They say it's all reminiscent of colonial times when outside interests flocked in to exploit local resources. Andrea told me, quote, the colonial project never ended. They say the extraction from the land of indigenous people continues today. So now I want to talk about colonization in Oaxaca because I spent hours reading books and articles about it to see if there was any parallels between what happened then and what's happening now. And what I found is fascinating. We know that Spanish colonizers arrived in what is today Mexico looking for gold. Well, when the Aztec Emperor Moctezuma told Hernán Cortés there was gold in the Sierra Mountains of Oaxaca, the colonizers traveled there to look for it, and they subdued the indigenous population of the region. Now, it's important to note there were already hierarchies in the indigenous societies of what is today Oaxaca. There were nobles, priests, and commoners. Spaniards took advantage of those hierarchies that already existed to continue to exploit lower-class natives. They forced them to work the mines and grow the crops that the Spanish wanted to consume and trade. Now, in Oaxaca, the Spaniards didn't find as much gold as they had hoped, but what was extracted went towards enriching those who claimed the mines and to pay the cut owed to the Spanish crown. Meanwhile, the indigenous peasants, who were the ones doing the heavy labor, were often paid poor wages for backbreaking work. Now, a quick aside, I don't want you to think of the natives of Oaxaca as completely helpless in the face of Spanish domination. In Oaxaca, many were able to hold on to the land, which is huge, and I'll tell you more about that later. But the parallel here is that the relationship of subordination was very much present, and the wealth extracted in the form of gold or silver stayed in few hands. Fast forward to today, the product being extracted from Oaxaca is an experience, and people are willing to pay a lot of money for it. Last year, tourists spent more than $1 billion in the state of Oaxaca. Meanwhile, almost 60% of the people working in the tourism industry get paid minimum wage or less. And minimum wage in Mexico is currently the equivalent of about $400 a month. So when we were in Oaxaca, we wanted to talk to workers in the tourism industry so we could hear directly from them about their experience. We asked around about the newer hotels in the city, and they told us to check out Gran Fiesta Americana Oaxaca, a luxury hotel. It's located in the city center, and the cheapest rooms range from between $260 to as much as $1,900 a night. That's $1,900 a night, depending on the season. I spoke to an employee making minimum wage at Gran Fiesta Americana Oaxaca. I'll call her Mariana in this story to protect her identity. She sent me her pay stubs showing the salary for a 2-week period. So remember, I told you the minimum wage in Mexico is about $400 a month right now. This pay stub shows half of that because it is for a 15-day period. Mariana's in her 30s, and with her salary, she can't afford her own place. So she lives with her mom, grandfather, 3 siblings, and her siblings' kids. So there's a total of 10 people in the house. She told me she has thought about moving out many times, but she's afraid she wouldn't be able to afford rent on her own. About her salary, Mariana told me, "We see how busy the hotel gets. We know how expensive the rooms are. We think they could be paying us more." Grupo Posadas is the company that operates Gran Fiesta Americana Oaxaca and more than 150 other hotels in Mexico. They reported $56 million in earnings in 2023. Grupo Posadas is also the company I was told I could not mention in this story. As a reminder, I was collaborating on this story with N Media, a project of Televisa Univision. But the way that these companies interact can get complicated, so bear with me as I break it down. N Media is owned by Triton Comunicaciones. According to a financial report from Televisa, Triton is a company of the Azcárraga family. Now take note of that last name because it will show up again. According to that same report, Grupo Televisa transferred some of its programming to Triton. The executive chairman of the board of Grupo Televisa is Emilio Azcárraga Jean, and the CEO of the hotel company Grupo Posadas is José Carlos Azcárraga.
Oh my God.
I am presenting this to you without commentary, except to say this wasn't
Yeah, you don't need to.
supposed to be a story about.
What video is this? Here, let me pin it. It's a story about the Oaxaca industry in Mexico, but it's also about the tourism industry in Oaxaca.
Family, or about Televisa, or even Grupo Posadas. This was a story about inequality in the tourism industry in Oaxaca. I was looking for employees.
From Bianca Graulau, who's really great, by the way. If you haven't seen her videos before, you should definitely go watch. Here, it's in the chat now. I'll pin it here. If you haven't seen her video on Bukele, you should definitely go watch that. In El Salvador, yeah, her Bukele video is so fucking good. We watched it like just 2 days ago.
Who would tell me about their experience working in tourism. That's what we do in journalism. We look for examples that illustrate a greater issue. I reached out to Grupo Posadas for an interview and did not get a response. But media coverage of the opening of the Gran Fiesta Americana Oaxaca hotel mentioned it was going to create hundreds of jobs. And indeed, that has been a benefit for people like Mariana, who has a job thanks to the hotel and the tourism boom in Oaxaca.
Yeah, Hassan did watch it.
Talk about what the residents of Oaxaca have to give up in exchange for those jobs. Because employees making low wages like Mariana cannot afford to live close to the city center where they work. So instead, they give up time traveling to and from work. I spoke to another hotel worker who spends 3 hours traveling round trip every day because they cannot afford to live in the city center. So in the absence of having enough money to live closer to work, they give up time. And remember how I told you that while we were in the city center, we saw a hotel getting 2 large tanks of water? It was the Gran Fiesta Americana Oaxaca, the hotel that Mariana works for. As I mentioned before, the water sold to hotels and residents in the city center is extracted from municipalities in the outskirts of the city of Oaxaca. That same hotel worker who spends 3 hours traveling to and from work lives in a municipality where water is extracted from. They say their community used to have running water every day. When I spoke to them, they were getting water only once or twice a week. And the reason I'm making a point to mention resources like time and water is because those considerations are often left out of the pitch of politicians who want to increase tourism. We usually hear more tourism equals more jobs. But with this video, I wanted to look at what kind of jobs, with what pay, and what else is being sacrificed in the process. To explore those questions, I want to tell you what I found in the research, because there have been many studies looking into the effects of tourism development in different countries. Some have concluded that tourism helps alleviate poverty. Others have concluded it doesn't. That, of course, depends on what country the researchers are looking at and what variables they're measuring. But I want to tell you about these two studies because they both have findings that are very relevant to the conversation we're having. This 2023 study of tourism in Iceland makes the distinction between income inequality and wealth inequality. Income is the flow of money received like wages. Wealth is your valuable possessions, like your house. Well, this study found that the tourism boom in Iceland led to less income inequality, but more wealth inequality. Why would that be? Well, the study says the tourism boom pushes the housing price up, and increasing house prices enlarges the net worth of the rich, while raising the living cost of the poor reduces the net worth of the poor, leading to more severe inequality. In other words, the gap between the rich and the poor gets wider. That happens in part because life gets more expensive for the poor, so they're unable to hold on to the money they make. That's why wages matter. So this 2018 study of the Dominican Republic found that tourism had not alleviated poverty in the country. It concluded that, quote, the benefits of tourism development favored the owners of tourist firms. But as long as the employees of local communities are receiving low wages, income inequalities will increase. And this is not to say that all tourism is bad for local communities, but this study argues the effect that tourism will have depends on the kind of tourism that's implemented. The author suggests alternatives like community-based tourism, where local people can involve themselves in tourism development and benefit from the tourism-generated wealth, instead of the wealth staying concentrated in the hands of the businesses managing the hotel complexes. And that's a perfect segue into the last part of this video. I mentioned at the beginning I was going to tell you about the indigenous community we visited. We went there because we were looking for alternative tourism models. So we traveled up the mountains to the community of Santa Catarina La Chatao. That's where descendants of the native Zapotecos live. And I wish I could show you because they have a beautiful view of the mountains and the footprints of colonization are still there. They have a Catholic church that's hundreds of years old, and they also have the ruins of the hacienda that Spanish colonizers used to process the gold they extracted from La Chatao. But remember I said in Oaxaca, many natives were able to hold on to their lands. Well, holding on to the land allowed the Zapoteco people of La Chatao to preserve aspects of their culture, like growing their own food and communal living. I interviewed one of the members of La Chatao, and he told me, quote, the land belongs to all of us. This part is important because what I'm about to tell you is a game changer for communities like La Chatao. Their autonomy is protected under state law by something called usos y costumbres, or customs and traditions. That means that as indigenous people, they govern themselves according to their values. So in La Chatao, there is no right to private property and they do not sell land to outsiders. These two rules play a big part in the kind of tourism they practice. Because yes, La Chatao welcomes tourists too, but on their terms. I took video on my phone while I was there, so I'm going to show you the cabins they've built. They rent those out to visitors. They take them on tours of their land, and they cook for guests in their restaurant. Then they divide the profits and reinvest in the needs of the community. The tourism they welcome is small scale, but as a community, they've decided to not risk the well-being of the land they inherited from their ancestors. As a consequence, they've protected their access to the two resources we've been talking about in this video. Housing on the land that belongs to
I've done this, like, I've done very similar things to this in a bunch of different countries, because, I mean, for, and I will say, like, it is usually, like, indigenous tribes where this kind of vibe of staying is, like, but because I worked on that food and travel channel, like, a lot of what we were doing was tribal food cultures and shit that we were documenting. And so I've stayed in places like that in Ecuador and Kenya, you know, all over the world.
To the community and water that comes from their forests. Here's a picture of me with Juan, the member of La Chatao that I interviewed. We took drone video of Juan walking the trails on the mountains, and we even caught the moment when he welcomed 2 visitors. But I want to say that things are not perfect in La Chatao. They face their own struggles of population decline and a lack of higher education. So I'm not saying that their model would work for every location or that it would be a solution to all the problems we discussed in this video. But I do think there are lessons to be learned from La Chatao, like how to value what's truly irreplaceable, like land and water. Now, before I end this video, I want to leave some things on record. In that first meeting with the Enemas Media team, when I was told I could not mention the hotel company, the only reason they gave me was an economic reason. What they said was they are a client. In later calls, when it was clear I was not going to accept, they tried to say there were also journalistic reasons to not mention.
It was like 2021.
I repeatedly asked them to detail those reasons and how I could address their concerns. I have the emails that I sent them asking to let me know what additional work they believed was necessary to publish the story, and I would do it. Well, they did not respond. They simply insisted that if that particular company was mentioned, the story would not be published. This part is important to me because I'm always looking to improve my work. There were many versions of the script as I continued to do research and fact-check the information. So I was happy to meet whatever editorial standards made the story better. What I was not willing to do was edit my journalism for the sole reason of protecting the economic interests of 2 companies. But at that point, the directors of the project told me the decision was out of their hands, and then the legal department got involved. And I know you guys are going to ask me if I'm scared. Of course I'm scared. I do not have the resources that any of these corporations have, but I will tell you what I told them. All I have is my credibility and the commitment that I've made to you all to do honest and fair reporting. And if I said yes to what they were asking, I'd be throwing away the trust that I've built with so much effort in the last 4 years. And I refuse to do that. I do see a silver lining to all of this. For example, I was able to experiment with a new format that allowed me to go deeper into the research. So please let me know in the comments if you liked it. My journalism is funded by my audience. That's what allows me to remain independent. So if you would like to support my work so I can keep making more videos, check out my Patreon. I will be posting exclusive.
Link that shit. Link that shit right here. I'm typing it. No copy paste. We're typing it. Boom. There's the link in the chat.
There, and I will link to it below. I love y'all. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you soon.
That was a really good video. And I genuinely, she's so good. Such a good communicator, really, really good researcher, good journalist. Genuinely fucking fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. Really good. Hope you guys support her. Please do. Let's move on to some lighter content. Oh wait, should we talk about the Aiden thing? I gotta pee.
What's going on here?
Has anybody not seen this?
What's going on?
Has anybody not seen this? Oh my god.
Well, today is going to be the most important stream I've ever done, first of all. Wow. And I want to say thank you for doing this, seriously.
The most important stream ever. Dude, the glazing from Aiden. Are these hired actors? No. One of them is Cuffum back here, who I don't really know who that is. Apparently a lot of them are like Aiden's family, I guess. I just love that they had to put them behind red like ropes. They had to put them behind red ropes because inevitably if they didn't, somebody would have jumped up and ran up here and yelled something for clout during this moment. Fuck, dude. Maybe we don't watch all of it, but let's watch some of it. It's so insane. I gotta pee so bad too. I'll be right back. Yeah, I watched it live this morning and it was so fucking funny, dude. So fucking weird, man. We live in the stupidest timeline, I swear to God.
Get some good ratings today.
We're going to get some good ratings. Everyone thought this was going to be fake today, but we proved them wrong. So.
No, you're right in the.
All right, I'll be back.
Mar-a-Lago, which I don't allow this to be ever done. So you're the first, just about.
Thank you.
And we'll have a little fun today.
Let's
and
do
my
it.
son Baron says hello. He's a great young guy, but he's a big fan of yours.
What's up, Baron? Yeah, Baron's awesome. He's a great kid. Amazing. He's tall. Very tall.
He's tall, good student.
Yeah, he's very smart. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he is.
I do want to first off, say this. Everyone in the chat, everyone in this room, everyone loves you. And I just want to say you're a true hero for this country, and I really appreciate you. And yeah, I'm really thrilled we could do this today.
I'm so happy now that I'm doing it. give me a hand. That's great.
So do you know what live streaming is on these platforms?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
More or less. It's the new wave.
It's the new wave. It's the new wave. I'm gonna explain it to you, all right?
Okay.
So I'm gonna show you this chat right now. Let me show you this. So this is the live chat. Right. So you already broke the website in 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
you broke it. The chat wasn't working, but we ended up fixing it. It's just very slow. Everyone in the chat say hello. You guys can put hi in the chat, and W's mean it's good. W means win. Yeah. Yep. So they're putting W's and stuff. Yep. W Trump. All right. So yeah, everyone is just super thrilled.
Oh, you're gonna have big ratings today. I can see it.
Yeah, I want to break 1 million. I think we could do it.
Oh, good. Oh, you'd do much more.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. Elon actually already he commented on the X post that I went live already.
Well, Elon is a great guy.
Yeah, he's great.
He's really a fantastic person. Little imagination he's got, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Rockets and tunnels and everything. He's a fantastic guy.
He's great. So let's get started today. Let's have some fun.
Let's go.
We'll touch base on some topics, and then we'll do some fun stuff.
Sounds good.
Cool? Let's have a good time. All right, well, the first thing is, the reason why, I really wanted to make this stream happen is because there's a lot of people that are first-time voters watching today. And I want to make it very clear to everybody that you're a human being, you're a great human being. And I want you to basically talk in this camera, talk to them and explain why it's very important as a first-time voter to go out and vote and why they should vote for you.
I'd love to do that, and I love having a young audience. This is young. I think you have some oldsters, too, because I also know some oldsters that are listening and watching. But it's about the American dream. Right now, you don't have the American dream. We have a country that's not respected, a country that's being laughed at, a country that just a little while ago we're having a stock market explosion in a negative way as opposed to a positive way. And that's been happening for quite a while.
Okay, I'm back. Are they all the way back there to protect them from the smell? Maybe. Oh my god, dude. This is just such an insane thing. Like, it's just insane that we have powerful people. The audio is so bad. Yeah, like everything about this is bad. Okay, listen, like, can you tell me why XQC is on the audio? Yes. XQC is on the audio. Like, they're using these mics, which aren't bad mics, but you need to plug in an actual lavalier mic into them. You really shouldn't just be... Like, why did you skimp out? I don't understand. You're so wealthy. You're giving him $100,000. You're giving him $100,000 watch, and you can't buy like a $500 lavalier mic to plug into these transmitters. You're just gonna use the microphone on the actual transmitter. Like, that's one thing. And then the other thing is, like, why do you have a noise gate on this at all? I actually don't understand why they needed a noise gate at all. Yeah. He gave him a watch. He gave him like a Rolex, like $100,000 Rolex. Here, I was popping off on Twitter about it today, by the way. If you guys don't follow me on Twitter, 300K watch? Are you serious? I had some good tweets about this. The American dream, this one kind of did numbers, like 600 likes. The American dream is going from not being able to read the word fascist to interviewing a fascist. Truly incredible. Like, but yeah, this is the clip. This is the watch he's giving him. And also, if you don't know what I'm referencing in this tweet, prepare yourself. This is one of my favorite clips on the entire internet. I laugh every time.
What does a fascist mean?
It means you are a far right authorization ultra analyst, political.
Dude, don't you just like scream in anger when you read? Don't you just get so frustrated by reading that you just have to like yell in anger? Every time I try to read, I just end up going, fuck! Why are words?
Ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God. I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck that is. Benito Mussolini and Giviante Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard in my fucking life. What is an example of a fascist? Yo! What?
Go from this to now this motherfucker is interviewing the fascist president.
And really happening for quite a while. And
it's insanity, dude.
We're going to make this country so strong and so great. And when you're ready for your job, you're going to get a great job, so you can make the kind of money this guy's making, maybe even more if that's possible. Right?
I'm trying to get like you, boss.
But you'll love your life and you'll be successful. And at a young age, it's really wonderful to think about the American.
Wait, I had more tweets. Sorry. I had more tweets on this. So I said this, but the tweet that didn't. Wait, where'd it go? Yeah, dude, this tweet deserved. Are any House of Dragons fans in here? Are there anybody? Is anybody watching this fucking show? Because this tweet was golden. I posted this picture, and then I posted this picture. A knight will comport himself with grace at the queen's table. This is a good meme. It's hyper relevant. Why didn't this go viral, bro? Pissing me off. Pissing me off, dude. But yeah, look at this. Posted on Threads, I got you. Should I really? And then I said this one. This is so me for real. This is literally me right now. This is me right now, dude. We're the same.
American Dreamer with Kamala and Joe. I took him out. He was. We had a debate, and the debate didn't go so well for him. And they sort of what they did. It was really a coup of somebody. He had 14 million votes. He had it. And all of a sudden, they went to him and they said, "We don't want you running anymore." And it's sort of like a prize fight from my standpoint. Here, you're focused on this one man,
right.
And all of a sudden, you're fighting somebody else. But she's actually worse than he is, and you're starting to see that. I think people are going to see that. It's going to be very evident. So,
does he read the chat? Do I need to play the clip again? This guy cannot read. I thought we've established that he can't read a long time ago.
American Dream. We're going to give you the American Dream, and you.
Oh no, I mean Trump. I wonder. Yeah, do you think Trump could see the chat?
Going to be real happy. Thank you.
I have another question, and again, Mr. President, I'm not really fully into politics, but I'm getting there, and I do want to make this very clear as well. Now it's on my mind. Back when I was I went to high school in California.
Do normal people know who Aiden Ross is? If you're under the age of 18, yeah, like the average. Child, the average under 18-year-old will know who he is. Yeah,
California. Okay, right. And a lot of the teachers were basically at the time. This is your first term. They were telling me how horrible of a person you are and all these things. And the teachers, you're not supposed to do that. It's inappropriate to have teachers, discuss politics in school. But it's becoming really normal for a lot of teachers. And you're a kid, when you're a kid, your brain is like a sponge.
Wait, Chili, does Aiden have ownership in Prime? That's just Logan and KSI, right?
So I want to know what your thoughts on that, kind of the corruption in the school system in a way. They're teaching some pretty bad stuff in there.
It's been brainwashed.
I love this, bro. Aiden Ross says, schools? No. Let's get these kids out of these schools. Crypto gambling websites? Yeah. We got to get these kids out of the schools so we can get them into our crypto gambling websites. It's so awesome. Yeah. You're probably right, Chili. Yeah, Aiden is huge. Aiden is huge with like young people. And it's like, yeah, bro, he's out here shitting on teachers. Shitting on teachers, saying that they're teaching bad stuff while he actively, like, in case you guys don't know, and I'll say allegedly here just in case, but like this is pretty well documented in my opinion. Like somebody hung themselves in Aiden's Discord on video chat in Aiden's Discord because of gambling debt. Like the Aiden's actually typing, like he is genuinely like cashing in on his audience and like introducing them to like the worst elements of human society. Yeah, no, you can look it up yourself. You can look it up yourself. It is horrifying. It is. And it's also like how do you like why would Trump do this? And Hassan was saying this too, and I totally agree. Like I think in the coming days, journalists are going to be looking into this guy, and there's going to be articles about who Aiden Ross is and his experience. And I would not be surprised if that instance doesn't come out and the whole lid gets blown on steak and everything. You know what I mean? Like right now, everybody's just talking about him sniffing chairs. Aiden goes way deeper. Like he has scammed his audience so many times. He scammed his audience with something called MILF coin, dude. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. I think this is gonna be overall. I think this is gonna be bad for Aiden, but I think he'll lean into it. Like it's like, you know, this is gonna be him being like, the Matrix is coming after me, man. Like, and his audience will glaze him, and it's gonna like feed into itself. You know what I mean? Like this is how alt-right figureheads are made.
To a certain extent. Even the teachers have been brainwashed.
He doesn't care. He's so rich. No, for real. Like, yeah. No, seriously.
This liberal way, or now they call it progressive. They don't like the term liberal. You're not allowed to use that anymore, so I usually use it. But this liberal way that they have, and it's a bad thing for the country. You know, we want to have borders. We want to have low taxes. We want to have great schools, really, you know, great schools, so you can go and learn and be successful and have a wonderful life and all of that. But we want to have a good military so we can protect ourselves, of course, from some bad players.
I actually, you know what do you know what I think might be happening? I think maybe like the wireless connection is interfering and is just cutting, like this mic is just cutting out. And so we're hearing just this mic sometimes, and they have this mixed too low.
You got some bad players out there. And, you know, it's interesting.
It actually doesn't sound like noise gate kind
of. During my 4 years, we had no war. Other than we had nothing. Everybody was afraid we were going to have wars. And just the opposite. North Korea.
I think it might be a wireless issue. I've only used these a little bit, and I didn't have any issues with a wireless connection. But I imagine in a place like Mar-a-Lago with Secret Service around, you know, there's going to be a lot of like wireless noise, and that can interfere with shit like this for sure. But you'd probably hear it in Aiden's mic too.
I remember Barack Obama was telling me, "Oh, the biggest problem we have is North Korea." I didn't have a problem with North Korea.
No.
Big nuclear.
Aiden looks so distracted during all this. Brother, Aiden doesn't know anything about what Trump is saying. He knows absolutely, he doesn't understand a single thing that Trump is talking about. Like, come on.
Presence. I didn't have a problem. The only war we had was already started long ago, and that was ISIS, and I defeated them in a very short amount of time.
I remember.
Very quickly. And we had no wars under the Trump administration.
Yeah. Cussy, you know what's really funny? And this is my claim to fame. I used to watch Aiden and like XQC and a bunch of these, like when they were on Twitch, I would like, if there was nobody else on, I would jump in and like watch Aiden every once in a while because I just found it fascinating. I actually was the first person that clipped and posted that to LSF. Him talking about the average salary in the United States. Like I was watching that live and it made me guffaw so loudly, and I immediately like ran over and clipped it and posted that to LSF, and like it went super big. Like I still like my LSF thread was the one that went viral and shit. And I'm pretty sure I like got that clip out there.
And that's a great thing. You know, that's a really great thing. It was, I think, 82 years since that's happened. And we won't have wars again, but we could have a war before we even get there. That's the problem. We have a number of months. We have 4 months, and the election's starting very soon. And I guess 5 months before you actually get in. And a lot of damage can be done in 5 months.
Yeah, if you can find the clip, we can watch that right now. It's just a weird. I mean, I get no credit. I get nothing from that, but.
And I'm not saying that out of happiness. I'm saying that out of sadness, because our country's in tremendous danger, not only of stock market crashes or depressions or whatever it may be. It's a tremendous military danger. We have Israel's blowing up, the Middle East is blowing up, Russia's going wild with Ukraine. And things are out of control, and we have nobody that knows how to talk. We have nobody that knows. I was watching when Russia was thinking.
Like this shit is such bullshit, because literally Trump's foreign policy has led us into this position we're in right now. In 100% and in a very, very direct way, especially with regard to Palestine. Especially with regard to Palestine. Like Trump moving the embassy in the capital to Jerusalem, like that was a direct confrontation, more directly, positioning the Israeli government in confrontation with the Palestinians, giving more credence to the settlements in the West Bank, the Abraham Accords, which did not include any Palestinian people, and took away one of Palestine's largest allies in the region, in the Saudis. Like Saudis positioning more towards Israel, ending the Iran deal, right? Yeah, like that also is getting us directly into this situation. Like everything regarding the Middle East right now is like Trump brought us here. Like this is these are Trump policies that have led to this. You know what I mean?
About going in, and they never would have done it with me. They never, and they didn't. But they never.
Yeah, do you think they can? That's so funny, Poopa Song. I do wonder if they can hear.
Never. After I got it.
Later on, they actually are cheering and shit to stuff. So
they started loading up the border. I thought he was doing it for negotiation purposes, and Biden said all of the wrong things, everything wrong. And ultimately, they attacked, and they wouldn't have done that if I were president. So we got to get back in and get it straightened out.
Definitely.
We'll get that one worked out.
100%.
A lot of people dying.
Yeah, it's a lot of innocent lives being lost. You had mentioned, the stock market crashing. I don't know if you obviously, I saw the post you made on your app, Truth. What I just saw yesterday and the day before, I'm in crypto and I'm in stocks myself. And I couldn't believe what's going on. You have Japan, you have everybody just falling. And I want to.
I think that's Aiden's grandma.
Ask you, how do we basically get it back up and flowing and back up and running, and and what's causing this?
Well, right now you have no confidence. You have somebody that now is taking over from Biden because
he's in crypto. Yeah, he is like an owner, deeply invested. All of his money comes from a crypto gambling website. Yeah.
He just wants to stay in bed all day. He can't get up. He wants to stay in bed. It was a fraud. They tried to tell people he was competent. He knew what he was doing.
It dropped 15% today. That I saw. Crypto was hit way harder than the actual stock market was. I mean, obviously, because it's way more volatile. Obviously.
And in the debate, he was adjudged to be not so good.
Yeah.
But you can go back 4 years, too. He campaigned from his basement.
Usually leftists have audio issues, right? No.
Campaign. I said, where is this guy during COVID? They used COVID as an excuse not to let him
This is Mar-a-Lago.
talk.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a fraud, and everybody knew it, and they knew it strongly.
Audio is hard, man. That is true.
We have to get it going again.
This is XQC. Look, this is XQC moving the mic in and shit. Which leads me to believe that there is nobody like listening to headphones. Okay, you understand me? They're interviewing the president and there's nobody listening to headphones. It's almost definitely just XQC looking at chat and chat being like, the audio is fucked. Fix this. And so XQC goes in and moves the shotgun mic in closer. But like, yeah, there's not. Like, I know this as a production person, you know, like as somebody who could have done this a lot better. A lot better.
It's they put us in a very bad position. The worst thing is we have probably, I think, Aiden, 20 million people came into our country with open borders, and many come from prisons. And you can be a liberal, and your people can be, but
yeah, and you're a cinematographer, right? But I am charged with recording audio in almost every job I do.
Coming from some of the meanest prisons all over the world, not just South America, from all over the world, from the Congo and Africa, they come from all over the world. They're coming, and they're releasing their prisoners into the United States. Now, you can be a liberal guy, you can be progressive as anybody in the world, and you can't think that's a positive thing. No. They're coming out of mental institutions. They're pouring into the United States, and they're hurting and damaging our country, and they're killing our people. And the crime rate with what you're talking about and what we're talking about,
this has to be a really bad image for Trump. He's literally in his own house, and it looks like the fucking Palace of Versailles. Are you kidding, Elime? Yeah, no. This is so quintessentially Trump. Trump is golden toilet guy. Like, he is a poor person's idea of what a rich person is, and that's why America loves him. He is Vegas. Like, he is Vegas in a person. It's like new money, gaudy, ugly, classless, just expensive for the sake of expensive. Like this, like that kind of like gross richness. You know what I mean? That's just like, why? Like, this is ugly. Look at you. Like, this is so ugly. Have you ever seen The Queen of Versailles? That is a movie that we really, really should watch for a movie. Have you guys ever seen this movie? It's an incredible film. I love this filmmaker. Lauren Greenfield. She's incredible. I love this filmmaker. I love this filmmaker. I love this film. It's very good, but it's about, like, you know, this family that own like a timeshare company, and they're building like the largest mansion in the world, and like they just live in like such extreme ugly excess, and they're all so incredibly unhappy. No, yeah, it's a documentary. Yeah. No, they're like one of the richest, they were at the time, one of the richest families in America, but their whole shit collapsed. We'll watch it on a movie night. Yeah. It's so good. It's an incredible film. To be frank, or to be fair, Mar-a-Lago was built to be kind of old school presidential royalty before he owned it. They built it as a vacation White House. Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, what was they investing in? Timeshares. It was like he owned a bunch of timeshares.
A migrant crime. It's a new form of crime, and it's a very violent crime. And it's going to take on proportions the likes of which this country has never seen before. And remember, it's an
incredible film. For real. We can watch it this week if you guys want.
Mental institutions, prisons and jails, and many terrorists. We're having record numbers of terrorists coming in. So I'm talking, I assume, mostly to a young audience, but a young...
This dude admitted to jorging it to his sister, and now he's interviewing the president.
Audience, no matter where they're coming from, they can't be happy about this.
No, they can't. Jobs are being taken, a lot of crime.
Like, listen, this is the rhetoric that leads to the, like, as people are rioting in the UK, we are still feeding this rhetoric to young, people. Do you guys remember like the YouTube adpocalypse and shit? Do you guys we don't remember that? Like, and you know what the worst part about this is that can't happen for steak. You understand? Like, steak doesn't sell advertisement. You get that, right? Like, steak is just entirely funded by the crypto casino. Yeah, they have one client. They have ads for steak, sure, but you know what I mean? Like, there's no advertisers that can pull out if one of Aiden's viewers decides to like go out and do insane shit. You know? Like, if there is a big scandal or something, like similar to the YouTube thing. I mean, you guys remember the YouTube apocalypse came as a result of PewDiePie and the Christchurch, New Zealand shooting, where the guy said, subscribe to PewDiePie during it. Like,
so what, President?
There's no way it's profitable. I don't think you understand how gambling works. When you provide people a way to gamble from home with no restrictions, they will lose everything they've ever made. You understand? Like, people will lose everything. It's not like you're buying a product. People get rich on fucking toothpaste. You're never going to spend all of your money on toothpaste. The product that he's selling, people are losing all of their money. All of it. All of their money. Like, you have to understand. You know? And we're talking internationally. We're talking 500,000 people were live watching. You know?
President Trump, what do we do to fix that issue? What if I happen to be born in another country and I want to come the right way? How would that work?
Well, that's what we want.
500K bots. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so.
We want people to come in, but they have to come in through a system, through a legal system. And, one of the things that's unfair is we have hundreds of thousands of people.
I think, are there bots? Yes. But if they were botting, why wouldn't they bot it to like 1 million? Why wouldn't they make it the most watched stream ever? You know, like, I don't know.
That have applied to come in, and this administration doesn't talk to them.
Right.
But if they walk through the southern border, they have no problem getting in. I don't even know why they're doing this, but some people are waiting 10 years to come in, and they've studied, they learned.
Yeah, that's fair, Adrian.
All about the United States, about our Constitution, about everything, and they're not being let in, and we're allowing people to come in from really rough places, really bad places, and they come in through caravans, and these caravans have 10, 20, 30,000 people, and they're pouring through Mexico.
That's crazy.
And Mexico was great when I was there. They were helping us. I had stay in Mexico. You can imagine what.
No, I agree. The viewership wasn't that good. And also, did you see like Trump in his TikTok? He captioned it like most watched stream of all time. And it's like, bro, you didn't crack top 5 kick streams of all time. Like, you didn't beat Aiden Ross's record. And at the end, Trump says, like, I hope we beat your record. You know, like he becomes a view count Andy. And it's like, oh yeah, we should have more people than you've ever had.
That means you have to stay in Mexico. You can't come into this country until we approve you. They gave it up. Now they just walk right.
Kevin Hart was objectively like degrees better content than that. Trump is boring. Like, he's talking about politics. He's just he's running through the hits. He's doing a campaign speech, and Aiden is just like nodding along. He's not listening. Even Aiden isn't listening.
Wow. They had catch and release. We had catch and release. That's, you catch a criminal and you release him into our country. I said, no. We catch a criminal and we release him into Mexico. I think you feel better about that.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's one of those things. There's so many things They are so bad, it's like amateur night. It's either amateur night or they want to destroy our country.
Right, right. Do you, what do you think about what's going on in Venezuela, the whole situation out there?
Well, I know it very
Trump's getting in a little bit of trouble for this, actually. Like, Kamala HQ is, like, posting this part here.
very well, and Venezuela is right now being run by a dictator. We were enemies with Venezuela. Venezuela was going to collapse, and people could have gone back to Venezuela. They're in our country now. They've released tremendous numbers of criminals into our country. If you look at Caracas, it was known for being a very dangerous city, and now it's very safe. In fact, the next interview we'll do it in Caracas, Venezuela, because it's safer than many of our cities after they've released their criminals into all of.
Like, that's an insane thing to say. That's a weird take.
Our cities.
Yeah.
It is a weird take.
And I'm kidding.
I know.
The reason I have to say that, because the fake news media knows that too, but they'll say, he suggested they go to Venezuela. They are so bad, it's hard to believe. But anyway, so Venezuela, their crime is down 72%.
He's just yapping.
Taking their criminal elements, which are large, it was a very dangerous place, especially Caracas and the different cities, and they've moved them into the United States of America. I know you're very happy. I know that your mother and father must be thrilled when they hear that.
Yeah.
Who happen to be here, I believe.
They are. They're right over there. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad.
Are you thrilled with what they're doing? I don't think so. I don't think they're thrilled. I don't think so. So their crime rate is down 72%.
Right.
Because they're drug dealers, they're criminals, they're murderers, they're rapists. Everything's being moved into the United States. And soon they will have moved all of their criminals into the U.S. They won't have crime. So that's why I say we'll go to Venezuela for our next interview. Okay. It's a very serious problem. I mean, honestly.
His audience is so dumb. Why do they like Trump?
What they're doing to this country, they're destroying our country, Aiden. They're destroying stupid people. He's not a smart man. He wasn't smart 35 years ago. He wasn't smart 20 years ago. And now he's really not smart. No. And you saw that from the debate.
You're not even running against him. Why even talk about this?
Down the tubes. And she couldn't even pass her law exam. She couldn't pass her bar exam. And I'm not saying that because I know other people didn't pass their bar exam, but she thought she'd never be able to pass it. And this is who we have running our country. It's a shame. She's ultra left, ultra radical.
Yeah, she did. He has not, by the way. He has never taken a bar exam passed. He has never, done anything. He's filed for bankruptcy like 7 times.
See where 99 vicious terrorists, when she was, I guess, Attorney General, because she was Attorney General in California, she destroyed California. Her policies have destroyed California. Her policies, when she was the district attorney, have destroyed San Francisco. San Francisco was the best city in our country 20 years ago. And now it's, not even, frankly, it's not even livable. We have to bring our cities back. We're going to have to focus on bringing our cities back.
It's actually really sad. I lived in California for a long time. Even Los Angeles, it's not safe. It's not safe. Everyone I know that lives in multi-million-dollar homes that do what I do, content, they're getting robbed. They're getting robbed. The police don't really, no. they're not active out there as they are in some other states, and it's really sad. And I agree. I saw a video in San Francisco where people just walk into a Louis Vuitton and an Apple store and just loot, and leave like nothing ever happened. It's crazy.
They loot, and not
sounds like Cenk.
Not only that, they have like $1,000 or $1,500 where she started, where she won't even prosecute if it's less than $1,500.
Wow.
So you see these people go in with like calculators, and they're adding the stuff that they're stealing because they won't be prosecuted. So that
this is real. This is real. That's a real thing that happened. Things that happened for 500, please.
They get dabbed. They say, no, it's less than whatever it is, $1,000. Right. And she started the concept of that, and it's now spreading. Our country, we need strong leadership. We didn't have stuff like this. When you look at what's happened to this country, and you look at other countries, crime rates all over the world are down.
I always bring a calculator to my looting events.
You know why? Because they're all dumping their bad people, their prisoners, and all of the people that are bad
Dude, just saying people that are bad. Like, the United States media is dropping the fucking ball with regards to the UK riots too. Like, how do we have this happening here while that's happening there, and we have nobody in the media who's willing to draw the comparisons and say this is like this rhetoric leads to that. It's what led to it there, and it's going to lead to us here. Like, it's so I feel like I'm fucking insane, man. When he's literally sitting here saying everyone coming into our country is bad. These are bad people. What does that mean? It means bad things can happen to them and they deserve it. You can do bad things to them and they deserve it. That's why people are doing this in the UK right now. It's happening right now.
They're not only the people on the streets, the people that are in jails. You know what they save by doing that? But they're dumping their prisoners and their criminal elements. They're dumping them into the United States of America. And our crime is going to go through the roof. It's going to go.
It's not. It literally isn't. Crime rates are down, dude. They've been down, but the facts don't matter. Fascists don't care about the facts. They're just going to make them up as they go. It don't matter. It literally don't matter.
Through the roof. And, if we win, and I hope we win, we should win, we seem to be winning. And, you can't even imagine that anybody would want these. This has nothing to do with me. Who would want these people? But can you imagine? They're just getting comfortable now. And they're criminals. So they're sort of laying low a little bit now because they're not comfortable. But soon they'll be comfortable. And they'll find that our police they're great.
Yeah.
But they're not allowed to do their job. They're not allowed to be strong. And they could do their job if.
Be strong. What does that mean? Like, what do you mean by that? Police are not allowed to be strong. What could that possibly mean?
They will, but if they do their job, they have their pension knocked out, they have their car taken away, their family taken away, their house taken away, everything's taken away, and they lose their job. It's a very rough thing being a police.
That happens, dude. Let's listen to that again.
Taken away, everything's knocked out. They have their car taken away, their family taken away, their house taken away, everything's taken away, and they lose their job.
This is happening to cops. Did you know?
It's a very rough thing being a policeman today, I'll tell you. But they could do the job. We're going to have to let them do their job. We have a crime-infested nation. We're
source? Like source on any of that? Where has that happened? What cops are you talking about? He's actually saying even the worst cops that do the worst things. He's saying he's using them as an example. He's saying the police, the rare instances in which police face repercussions, he's saying that's who that's who I want to protect. Do you understand me? He's saying that's who we need to be looking out for, bro. That's who he wants to protect. Okay? Get it straight. This is dangerous. This is fascism.
Drug-addicted nation, and we're a crime-infested nation. Other than that, we're doing quite well.
Yeah. I want to move topics a little bit here. I saw, I'm unfamiliar with exactly what it was called. You were speaking on stage with 3 other women, and you just got ambushed. They were late, and not a hi, hello, how are you? Just straight into it, just straight trying to rip you apart. And I think you handled it pretty well, but I wanted to ask you a question, like, why do you think, like, they just straight up do that for you, but then they're gonna ask the other side, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
That's right, well, I did this as a favor. This was the black journalists. The room had maybe 2,000. They'd said 2,000, it looked more like 1,000 to me, but whatever it was packed.
Yeah.
And I did it because I thought it was a good thing to do, and they had a journalist, I didn't know who she was, but she was nasty. She was a terrible person. And I walk in, and instead of saying, hello, thank you very much for doing this, they also said, Kamala's going to do it. But then Kamala said, she wants to do it because she can't talk to people. She can't.
Kamala.
answer questions. She hasn't done one interview. You know, she's not doing any interviews.
Yeah.
Because if she did one interview where a hard question's asked, she's incapable of answering it.
Dude, he is a fucking savant at the dog whistles. It's so... he's such a fucking... Yeah, right, Merlin? It's just like fucking right there, dude. Oh my God.
But I walk in and this woman starts talking about, she talked about, let's get rid of the elephant in the room. And she starts talking about racism and everything. I said, you didn't even say hello to me. And I'm doing them a favor.
I'm doing you a favor by being here.
By doing this. I'm doing this out of respect to the black community. And we're getting record numbers, as you know, in the black community. And she came across, you know, she's with...
Dude, please. Please. Please go on Charlemagne. Go on Charlemagne, Trump. Trump, go on Charlemagne, bro. Secure that black vote. I need Charlemagne on Trump. Do it. Oh my God. Ooh, that would be so nice. Breakfast Club, Trump. All right, Trump, drop a freestyle. Hit that beat. Drop a freestyle, Trump.
Fake news, which is one of the worst. ABC is
just let a beat play underneath him.
Right.
And she
as he freaks out.
So she was very nasty. Harris Faulkner was there. She was excellent. The other person I didn't know, she was okay. I wouldn't say she was great, but she was okay.
What is this? What is happening? Why are they doing that? Did somebody behind camera just say, like, look alive? You guys all look bored behind there?
And she came across, you know, she's with ABC Fake News, which is one of the worst. ABC is one of the worst.
Right.
And she is horrible. So she was very nasty.
Why did everybody just do this?
Yeah. Harris Faulkner was there. She was excellent. The other person I didn't know,
They said, hey, you guys look bored. You look bored.
Okay.
Be smiling and happy.
But I did it, and it was quite a sensation. Actually, a lot of people think it was well handled. The woman was so rude.
So rude.
That, you know, it's hard to believe. You can walk into a thing, and I do them a favor, and I do this. Most people said, why are you doing it? I feel I have an obligation to do it. I want to look you become the president for all of the people, not for a certain segment.
Correct.
Not even for just my, you know, they talk about my base, it's a very big base. But you become president for all of the people. So I feel you have an obligation to do that. Now, she's not doing anything. She's not.
No, they're literally holding up a big sign that says smile. Because look at this unnatural ass smile over here. Also, this guy was showing big pearly whites before.
Doing any interviews.
He already gave up because this is not fun.
I don't believe she's capable.
Nothing about this is fun.
She's strange.
Look, everybody's just
strange.
Fading.
Let's put it this way. Our country's in big trouble.
Yeah. I spoke.
Everybody's fading, listening to this boring ass conversation.
Don Jr. When I met you in Doral.
Right.
I spoke to Don Jr. a little bit. He said, man, I feel for the young generation. You guys are look at this. Like, look what's going on here. Like, it's like you need these next 4 years. If not, he's like, I don't know how well the country's going to do after these 4 years.
I don't think it survives. I really don't.
Damn.
Look, we're going to have 20 million people in by the time this election takes place. 20 million people. That's bigger than New York State. Many of those people are people that you should not have, and we're all for
like 20 million people. That's such a ridiculous thing to claim.
Everything, all men are created equal, as the expression goes. Right?
Of course.
And now today they say all men and women are created equal. When they wrote that.
You mean you are not entertained? I'm entertained. I'm entertained because I know who Aiden Ross is and the absurdity of this entire situation. I was incredibly entertained this morning watching this, I am entertained now rewatching it. But if you're just like a normie, do you know what I mean? Like if you're just like a normie Aiden Ross viewer, are you watching this and like enthralled with the conversation? Like, no. I bet the chat was not talking, like, the chat is not talking about what Trump is saying or his politics or anything. It's just like, this is happening, Oh, so you're saying I'm not a normie? No, Pupusama, because you watch me. Like for us, for people who are interested in politics and streaming, this is the holy grail. You know, this is for us. This is feasting. We're feasting. This is content. This is amazing, you know? But for normies, like, it's like, I don't think they care. Like, this is boring. This is dumb and boring. B, it's like, for Trump, it's like the audience doesn't care. You're being boring. And like, also you're associating with this guy. Like, you're associating with fucking like one Google. You know what I mean? One Google could have figured it out. Like, I don't, you know, like, who, like, this is just, I feel like this is an L for Trump in a big way.
That it was a slightly different time. Today, it's that alone is a political.
I'm not gonna lie though, like, Trump lost his mojo, and we've all watched Austin Powers here, so we know what that means. Trump actually lost his mojo. He does not have the same energy. He does not have the same like joy de vie that he had in 2016. He doesn't. He's boring. He's boring now. And brother, like the 2016 Trump going against this 2024 Biden in that debate, it would have been absolutely fucking brutal, bro. He would have been so mean. Like, remember Trump during the primaries in 2016? During the Republican primaries? He was just fucking, he was like, your wife is ugly. Your, you know, like, your mom is fat. Like, he was just throwing shit in the most brutal, mean ways. Yeah, like, he was just brutal. And he couldn't even say, Joe, you're old. Look at you. You can't do this job. Look at you, Joe. You're fucking old. You can't even think right. Like, look at you. You know, he couldn't be mean at all to Joe Biden in that moment. That we all should have, like, he is a has-been, man. This should be a slam dunk. He is such a has-been. He's not good at it anymore. It's true.
Yeah.
It's still, he's still a formidable, scary thing for America. But like, this shouldn't be hard to win against. This really shouldn't be hard to win against.
So all men and women are created equal, everything. But the fact is, when you're dumping all of these criminals and all of these drug dealers, all of these people into our country, you're really hurting our country badly. And it has to be, we have to take very strong measures.
We definitely do. We definitely do. Moving to the next. Oh.
Oh, I didn't know.
He said, I forgot you guys were back there.
I didn't know they were allowed to applaud.
Yeah, they're allowed to applaud. You guys can keep applauding.
All right, that's common sense, right? You know, it is about common sense. I mentioned that term because whether you're conservative, liberal, it's all about common sense.
It is.
You want to have good education. You want to have borders. You want to have low interest rates, be able to buy a house. You want to, you know, so many different things. But you got to have common sense. And we're run by people. And, you know, just a little thing. When I started campaigning almost like 8 years ago, I talked about Merry Christmas. We should have Merry Christmas.
Are you gonna watch the whole thing? We can skip around. This part's funny though.
And let's bring back Merry Christmas. Just, you weren't allowed to say Merry Christmas. I got it back.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Remember that?
It's a nice crowd, huh?
Even if you're Jewish, they like to say Merry Christmas. Every one of my Jewish friends say, we love Merry Christmas.
I'm Jewish. I love Merry Christmas.
Good. And,
too.
you know, Kamala doesn't.
She doesn't like it?
She doesn't want you to use Merry Christmas.
Wow.
She thinks it's insulting to use Merry Christmas. So,
like, do you think this lands with Aiden's audience? Do you think Aiden's audience gives a fuck about any of this? It's so silly. This is some stupid 2014 fucking like right-wing shit, man. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You know, another gift. I'll shoot, the second gift a little bit later.
Okay.
But I did get you a gift, and I got you this gift because, look.
All right, this is something a lot of people are talking about.
I feel like you constantly get beat on, but you're so strong, and you just, like I said, you live for the people, and you're a hero. I wanna present to you this gift right here. I hope you like watches, Rolexes.
Wow. Oh, that's a beautiful watch.
Yeah.
Should I open it?
You should open it
Oh,
and then
wow.
show the camera.
That's a great watch, actually. Good company. There's good company.
You like Rolex?
They like Jack Nicklaus and Gary Player and Arnold Palmer and all the golf guys and all the other guys, too. I do. This is beautiful. Wow. Thank you. Don't they have nice packaging?
They do. Really, really nice.
I don't know. If I'm being honest, everybody being like FEC, like this is illegal, lol. Like, you guys think that the government's not corrupt? Like, I don't know. I don't know why you assume that, like, do you guys not know who Clarence Thomas is? Like, I'm. It feels weird. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Like, everybody's like acting like the FEC does shit now. Like, have you guys been asleep? You know what I mean? Like, why are we acting like the FEC has ever done anything meaningful in our entire lives? Like, who's thinking this is gonna ever be a thing? Like, people are genuinely like saying this. Like, I think it's just funny. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's funny. It is funny and it is absurd, but it's also like, what? Like, really? Like, the FEC doesn't do shit. Like,
Wow, that's so nice. Oh, should I show that to the audience?
Yeah, they can see it.
Oh, I didn't know this. Now I know.
No, Bleak. That counts for candidates too.
Now I know it's worth.
I think it counts for candidates especially. It's the Federal Election Commission. It's the FEC. You know what I mean? Like they work on elections, not on people who are in power already.
Well, my boys said, "Oh, that's such a big show. I don't know what you're doing, but you really are respected. Amazing. I mean,"
he said, "I don't know what you're." My boys really respect you. I don't have no fucking clue who you are or what you're doing, but you must be really rich to give me something like this. Like, literally. Listen to that again.
It's worth it. Well, my boys said, "Oh, that's such a big show. I don't know what you're doing."
My boys, Baron and Don Jr.
Doing, but you really are respected. Amazing. I mean,
I appreciate it.
You know, I go into other shows, nobody does a big deal about it.
I do want to say also,
Thank you very much.
shout out to Nelk boys. I know you love Nelk.
Oh, they're great.
They're the greatest.
Well, that was through Dana. You know, Dana's very much into this world. Dana's a young guy, sort of, you know?
Yeah.
He's a young guy, sort of. But Dana is into this world like he could be an 18-year-old or a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
He knows more about you and the Nelk brothers and the Nelk boys, and he asked me to do their show. And I will tell you, I got a tremendous response. You know, you do some of these big shows, you do like 60 minutes, and nobody cares. You do Nelk or you, and I can already see so many people go, "I hear you're doing the show with Aiden."
Oh, wow.
I said, "Oh, I've had a lot of calls." So it's like a new wave.
Yeah.
It's a new thing. It's
People are like, I hear you're doing something with Aiden.
Who would think it? And sometimes television is not the big deal. I sort of feel that television will always be television.
Yeah.
But numbers aren't like they used to be.
No, I would say, you know, live streaming and YouTube is kind of like the new age television for, you know, younger people. So I did have some clips I wanted to react to.
Okay.
So this is the fun stuff I wanted to
This is incredible.
get into. Let's get into the reactions right here. This is so cool. I'm actually reacting with you. All right.
You know, I put you on Truth.
Really?
They're doing reacts, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Truth is my voice, you know.
Yeah.
And it's doing great.
Yeah.
Everybody should go on Truth.
Yeah.
But I will say that I put you on that we're doing the show together, and the response was very cool.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so shout out to Nelk, but they kind of gave me this idea. I have two segments
All right, take care, Landon. Have a good night, man.
I want to do with you.
Okay.
The first one is use one word that comes to mind to describe that person. Okay? It's a fun game.
Fun.
Let's start. All right. Who is the first picture? And we got the Nelk boys. One word.
Great.
I love that. Okay. Okay.
So you're friends with them?
Yeah.
Are they competitors of yours, though?
Not
great.
Not even, honestly. You know, every time that, you know, I speak to Kyle or Steve, it's just only
they're
love.
all great.
They're really, really
no,
good.
they're
Jim.
just great.
Yeah.
But in a way, you would be competitors, but you don't even.
They're more bigger on the YouTube side of things. I'm more live. So it's a lot. It's a different world.
So it's different,
But it's kind of like parallel.
Look at them. I mean, they're just great people. That was Dana White. He said, you got to do them. I said, who are they? I didn't know. And after I did them, it was like an explosion.
All right, let's see what we got next here. We got, me.
Yeah. Well, I can just tell you that one word would be
Did he name drop kick at all? What do you mean? It's
outstanding.
Embedded on the video down here.
And, you know, they told me about how big Dad, you know, my Baron.
Yeah.
He said, Dad, he's really big. I said, yeah, but what about else? He said, he's also a friend of mine, right?
Yeah.
But big stuff.
Baron is a friend of Aiden, he said.
And so I just have to say outstanding to do what you've done at a young age. And I know how old you are. You're young. You're seriously young. My suit is older than you are.
How old's your suit?
I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, let's see who we got next. We got, you.
Patriot. I'm a patriot.
I'm a patriot.
Okay. Joe Rogan.
Interesting. Very, he really is. He's an amazing guy. He's a very interesting guy.
So we got next, Mr. White.
Oh, well, he's a fighter. I'll tell you, that guy, he fights. You wouldn't want to have him against you. A little bit true with all of these people that you're showing. There's a good one. Elon, a genius, truly a genius. You know, I see the rockets come down with the engines, and they're coming down. And the
Dude, it's so funny how quickly Trump's rhetoric around Elon and electric cars has 180 flipped, and he will directly be like, well, he's giving me a lot of money, so I can't talk about electric cars anymore. Thank you, Elon. It's like, okay. So we could it's just open bribery now. Like, it's so awesome.
engines are landing without any, they have no wings, no nothing. That was a couple of years ago. I said, what is that? And I said, what was that all about? He says, well, we want to be able to save the engines, not that they go into the ocean and all, but he really is. He's a genius. He's also a very good person, Elon.
Let's see what we got next here. We got Kanye.
So he's very complicated. Let's say complicated. Because he is
complicated.
He's a really nice guy, but he can get himself into trouble, and he can get some other people. But you know, he's got a good heart. He does. But he's complicated. Kanye.
Guys, I have good news. As a long-term Kanye fan, I feel I have been cured of my my disease and affliction, and I'm moving past the worst parts of myself. I have not listened to Vultures 2 yet. There was a point where I would listen to, if new Kanye was around, I was listening to that. I was staying up until midnight, checking forums, waiting for albums that didn't ever release. That was me at one point. And now, that shit's been out for like multiple days, and I don't even have an interest in hearing it. I don't really want to listen. Growth. Yeah. Actually. Thank you, chat. This is also really interesting right here, though.
Fake, but in all fairness, look, but she knows it. She's got a thing going. It's a good thing. She's a good thing for her. But there's a certain something she's got. She's got a spark. That's pretty amazing, actually. She's got a good spark.
Good spark.
I'll change it. I'll say spark. She does have. She gets on. You know, when she was running against a gentleman from Queens, and I asked his people, I said, are you careful? This guy was going to be Speaker of the House. It was going to be him, not Nancy Pelosi. And
This is why I'm anti-Semitic.
he is a good politician, a real pro, been around for a long time, many years in Congress. And I watched her on television one time. I saw a clip of her speaking, ranting, raving, going crazy. And I said, who's she running against?
Oh my God, you're right. It's misspelled.
She's running against Joe. I said, oh, does he know what's going on? Oh, he's got no problem, sir. He's got no problem. I said, is he doing any debates? No, he doesn't have to bother with the debates. He's been there for years. I said, tell him I said that he should be careful. Because I saw her. And I said, she's Evita. I called her Evita. Maybe that's the best. Evita Peron, right? I said, she's Evita. She's in the streets screaming, shouting, going crazy, hugging people, hugging. Everybody's being hugged. I said, he better be careful. And she took him out.
Okay, so I Googled when this was happening. I was like, who is he talking about? And he's talking about Eva Peron. Okay, this was a former first lady of Argentina who like kind of lit Argentina on fire in like a very progressive and like labor focused way from like the late 40s into the early 50s. And she died a really tragic death at the age of like 30. But she was like a huge, she was like literally, her husband was the president, but she was like a massive influence on the politics of Argentina. And even still to this day, like Evita Peron is somebody who's very, very well respected and very, very I know Eva Peron, but who is Alejandro Cortex? Yeah. Yeah, there's a movie about her played by Madonna, right? I've not seen the movie. No, I haven't. I just learned about this.
So, I give her credit. But she's got a lot of sizzle.
Got a lot of sizzle. Like he didn't say shit about her politics at all. He was just like real respect real.
Well, there's a powerful man. He's a powerful man. I know him very well. I know him probably better than anybody in this country knows him. And got to know him extremely well. We had a great relationship until COVID. COVID was a step too far. But we did.
You just got your first gay demerit.
Very well with China. And President Xi, we did very, very well with China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars. No president took in 10 cents. I took in. And I exposed China. Look, I want China to do great. Okay, but they can't take advantage of us like they were doing. For years and years, we'd lose $500 billion a year in trade, all of that. But then COVID came in, and it really, I changed, but I will have a very good relationship with him. There's no going.
I'm sure Madonna is pretty awesome.
To war with him. He doesn't want to go to war. We're not going to go to war. And we had a very good relationship.
Where would we go to war with China? Over Taiwan? Like, really?
Actually, he was right in this room. He came to this country.
You think with everything else happening in the world, the United States is going to jump into a conflict with China over Taiwan?
And he stayed here for a number of days, as you remember. And we had incredible meetings, a very famous meeting in the dining room, actually. But he loves his country, and he's very strong and very powerful and very interesting. But he really does love his country, I can tell you that.
Let's see who we got next on this list.
Yeah, Gavin Newscomb. You spelled it?
Newscomb.
No, you spelled his last name.
He literally ruined California. Beautiful state. California is beautiful. He ruined it.
And when you watch him, he's always saying, oh, we're doing so great.
Right,
we're not doing great. I mean, I have holdings in California, and I own a golf course.
I mean, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. I mean, they are wrong, but what they're saying is not wrong.
Right on the Pacific Ocean in Palos Verdes. So beautiful.
Yo, Sam, welcome in.
Beautiful. It's a club. It's
welcome back stateside.
You know, many acres, hundreds of acres, and it's fantastic. But California is so precious. One of the most beautiful places in the world in terms of weather,
For sure.
in terms of everything. And they're just destroying it with crime. The crime is out of control. It's a very dangerous place.
Sam, you're on the ground correspondent. You're from Minnesota, right? What's the buzz for Tim Walz right now? Are you guys thinking he's going to be VP in Minnesota?
And he, you know, I think he, you know, it's a shame because I like him. I got along with him great. I helped him a lot with his fires. I kept saying, you know, why don't you do something about the forest fires?
Yeah.
There's no reason to have that. There's no management. They have no management control over the forests. I said, you have to do things. But I got along with him great, but he has not done the job.
No.
He has not done the job. Sad.
Got a few more. Let's see what we got next.
Okay, this is boring.
He's turned very liberal.
Kim Jong-un, he rants for a long
He's
time.
the son of Fidel Castro.
And then it gets boring about Ukraine. This is me, though. Okay, I actually wanted to look back at this.
Or the iron.
Okay, let me look at the production. So we have like a switcher. Somebody's operating a switcher back here. So there's a little bit of a production team. There's a light stand. There's this guy operating a monitor. Kind of a weird way to operate a camera. It looks like he's standing behind the tripod, but he has his hands on like a remote monitor, not the actual camera. Very weird. I don't know why.
You kill it. You kill it.
It's great stuff. I don't know if I have enough time.
The watered down Diet Coke. He moved the diet. That's a Blackmagic Cinema camera? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I considered it. No, look, Blackmagic does not have those kind of knobs on the back like that.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Sounds good.
It's a camera in front, but he's like operating from the monitor. I don't know, I guess it's not that bad, but it's weird.
Thank you very much.
Since day one.
Really, day one. I love her.
Since day one, she loved The Apprentice, and she was old back then.
Your biggest fan.
She's doing good. She's a young woman.
Please get a picture with her. She's
Yes. Can I do that?
Yeah, of course.
Can I take? Come on, let's
take a
get.
picture.
I'll take it. I got you guys.
You stay right there. We're going to take a good one.
I'll take a great one.
Thank you so much.
I got some good ones.
I think so,
Oh,
right?
no, she does.
Huh? I'll bet she does.
She's
Probably tougher than I am. Have a good time, everybody. See you tonight.
Yeah. So what's your good side? What do you like walking on? What side do you like walking on?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you look good from both sides. Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, we see more of it. 1 by 1 LED lights. Not great. Not impressed.
X, come on outside with the truck. Come on. Yeah.
There's two monitors here.
By the way, do you like my buddy Phil?
Not a pair of headphones in fucking sight, dude. Not a pair of headphones in sight.
Outside with the truck. Come on.
Ain't nobody listening to audio back here. These are fucking probably like Trump's campaign people. Right? These people don't look like they were the Aiden. No, it's not that, Anti-Chad. It's not that. I promise you. Oh, wait, maybe it is. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
This will be
By the way, do
interesting.
you like my buddy Felix's shirt?
I love that.
Felix, by the way, Mr. Trump.
Dude, how would you wear this shirt when you're meeting the president?
Fantastic. Wow. Yeah, I got the
Oh my god.
I know. That's what I noticed. I noticed the grill. Nice to see you. Thank you. Congratulations.
All right.
What an absurd goober. That is the only real fucking response to this.
Well, you could already see the gift.
Yeah.
So yeah, look at the fucking like, ew. Everything is so gross.
Wow.
You can't miss it.
That's an Elon.
It is an Elon.
Wow.
Shout out to Mr. Musk.
That's beautiful. Hey, that is beautiful.
Am I going to close the door really quick? Just I want to show him the wrap. Sure. Check out the.
Also, like, is he 13? This watch probably costs like $250,000, and you look like an actual child wearing a bright red band. Like, this watch looks so fucking stupid, dude. This watch looks so stupid, and you know it costs more than your house.
I'm going to close the door really quick. Just I want to show him the wrap. Sure.
Like, no Riz at all.
I think it's incredible. I think it's incredible.
Go to the front.
So you know what they did? AI. What Google did is they took, or they let it happen. See the Secret Service agents?
Yeah.
They're angry in there. They put smiles on their face.
Right.
What? What?
You heard about that?
Yeah, no.
That's just
Google did this? They put smiles? What?
terrible.
Yeah, I know. But that's how easy it is to manipulate everything.
It's a little bit scary.
Yeah, it is. It's very scary. We need like a system where we can
go back and look as they close the car door.
You heard about that?
Yeah, no.
Got angry in there. They took.
Go to the your honest thoughts.
I think it's incredible.
Wait, what?
Check out this rap and let me know your honest thoughts.
Are you talking about the Grinch in the background?
Check.
This is the Grinch. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, the Grinch is there. What? He lives there. He lives at Mar-a-Lago. What do you mean?
Check out this rap and let me know your honest thoughts.
I think it's incredible.
Is that what you were trying to point out? It's like the movie Signs. Yeah.
It's just.
We need like a system where we can quickly fact check things and see if it's real and authentic.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And right now they don't have that.
No, they don't.
That's the problem.
So I know we're not going to drive anywhere, but I was wondering if you wanted to like listen to like a song in here.
Let's go.
All right, cool. This is how you open it up.
It is incredible.
Does the door close on his ear? It does. It literally cuts his ear right where he was. That's awesome.
I'll get on the other side.
Also, bro, Glenn Greenwald, just like the biggest W, you know? He's in that massive picture. I don't know how he worked, how he figured that job out, but Glenn Greenwald over there.
Okay, Aiden, so.
Good? We back? We good? Oh, we're good. All right. Now this is cool.
It's very good.
I've never even seen.
Okay, this part is so weird. They just sit in the car.
Yeah, that's fantastic, huh?
And listen to music.
They'd be taken down.
And they still left it up.
They
right?
were great. No, they left. But I said YouTube or whoever it was took them down.
Right.
And I said that would happen. And I said, so let me ask you, if that happens, are you going to fold? They said, nope. And they never did. But they were taken down. But they had 7.
Can you tell me why the audio is better in this car than it was when they were sitting at a table in front of a microphone? Can anybody explain why that would be the case? Any hypothetical? Like, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Million in a very short period.
Wow.
No, the audio is literally better here.
That's crazy. I just seen somebody said with all the pages, all the people live rewatching us, right. We hit over 1 million. We hit over 1 million live, which is amazing.
No, you didn't. Like half of that. He's just lying.
You're going to have a lot.
It was like 550K.
I hope you're going to break your record by a lot, and I think you will, for whatever reason. I mean, I won't get into that, but for whatever reason.
He's a view count Andy, bro. He's literally a view count Andy.
People seem to like watching. I will say it's an honor to be with you, too.
Thank you.
There's been a lot of view count Andys in chat tonight, okay? I've been seeing you, and fuck you. If you do that in any streamer's chat, no streamer likes that. Fuck you. Don't do that, chat.
You're a young guy that's got an amazing. Maybe someday you'll run for president.
I don't know about that. I'll leave it to Barron maybe one day.
Barron.
But I would love to help Barron. When it comes to we need you back in office, man. Let's hit this dance.
How about this song by Elvis?
Elvis. Don't a great song.
Oh, great, right? You know what Don't was?
No, it's not ban-worthy, but
he had the greatest songs of people that left him.
I think Kamala Harris is in here. Do you want to say anything to her?
Sure.
I'm kidding. She's not really in here.
I don't mind.
Her. What do you mean? Her chat, like her team, is definitely gonna be watching this. Like, yeah.
You'll still let it go?
You have to.
Let it fly.
She's got to save the country, but it's not going to happen. They're not going to be able to do it. They're not going to be able to come close. That's great. Great to be with you.
It's great. I just want to.
What's a good one?
The YMCA, man. That's
YMCA is the best. Right?
That's the best one. The outro out. You know what I mean?
Right here.
No, I think is it this one?
Look at this! Look at this!
I'll tell you about TikTok. Trump is going to keep TikTok going, whereas Biden and Harris, they have no idea what it means.
Trump is going to keep TikTok going. Biden and Harris, they don't even know what a TikTok is.
And all it's going to do is be good for China the other way. It's no good. We're going to save TikTok. They want to destroy TikTok. So all of the people on TikTok, vote for Trump.
Vote for Trump. An amazing stream. W's in the chat.
Thank you, man.
Any last words? Live stream. End the stream.
I just want to make sure you break your record. If you don't break your record, disappointed.
If you don't break your record, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. He did not break the record. He did not break even Aiden Ross's own record. He did not. Trump is disappointed in you. Chat, why didn't you break Aiden Ross's Playboy Cardi record when he brought a rapper on and handed him a suitcase full of money for him to stand awkwardly in the frame for 5 minutes? It's awesome. We live in an insane world, bro. We truly do. Truly fucking insane. I think I'm going to call it there. We'll be back tomorrow for, it's going to be a special stream, but if you guys are Civilization 6 fans, you might enjoy it. We're going to be doing a chat online 8-person Civilization game just so I can get the vibe and learn how an online game works for Civilization so that I can host the first ever Civilization 6 Leftist Streamer Invitational, where leftist streamers will finally be able to take over the world. How will they run it? 8 streamers, okay? It's gonna be sick. Look at this and get fucking excited. All right? Look at this. Civ 6 Streamer Invitational. Thursday. We're starting a little bit earlier, 4 p.m. PST, okay? Thursday, 4 p.m. PST. Me, Jason D100, Jaina Splinters, Little Bear, Joan, Peganox, Grimlow, VO. First, you're seeing it first right here. It's going to be fucking awesome, okay? So be here on Thursday. We're going to do a test stream tomorrow with it, with chat, just to see how the online works and what to expect. And then I'll probably take Wednesday off or something. But then we'll do Thursday, and then Friday we'll be back at it with some crazy shit. So thank you guys for hanging out. I really enjoyed these streams. It was a really, really fun one to me. I think the coverage was good. And we had some really good conversations that I think are very needed in these awful, awful. Let's see. Who should we? Let's raid Nandre. Nandre was going to be in the stream, the streamer invitational, but instead he's doing some cool shit like fucking Twitch rivals. Elden Ring Twitch rivals instead. Which, that's pretty cool. I can't blame him. That's going to be really fun. So go over there, show Nandre some love. Let's get a good raid message with jammies. What's a raid message we can do with Cine jammies? What can we do? What can we do? Somebody creative. Double dick suck dance? Okay. No, double Jorgen dance. I don't know. That's pretty lame, but whatever. All right, I'm sending you guys over. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you all. This was a great stream, I thought. I had a lot of fun. See ya.